is an Eagle Media Sports presentation. North Platte High Sports on NorthPlattePost.com, FM 98.1 and AM 1410 are brought to you by
Justin Thompson Agency, American Family Insurance, Hands of the Heartland, La Casa del Rios, Dave's Place, Cole Jonason with High Street Insurance.
North Platte will reset the offense. Eli Broman steps back for three in the corner again. That is 3 threes for Eli Broman today. 9 points, and a timeout going to be called by Alliance.
Al's Lock and Save, State Farm agent Bobby Holtz, Bill Summers Ford Honda Nissan, Great Plains Foot and Ankle, The Fortify Group, Larry's Glass, Shelter Insurance agents Pete Boltz and Brett Rogo, Puro Clean.
Now to Gans. Gans. Oh, that's going to be stolen by Kaminsky. Kaminsky up the court now with it. Having Kaminsky Euroing up for the layup.
Oh, it's a left-hand scoop.
Great Plains Health. Great Plains Health Sports and Therapy. Jay Engel with Farm Bureau Financial Services. Runza. Double Dips. Merrick's Ranch House. Mid-Plains Community College. Szechuan Famous Food and Sushi Bar. The Cedar Room.
Here's the voice of the Dogs, Paxton Gordon.
Hey everybody, Paxton Gordon here. We are in Bulldog territory. No, not North Platte High. We're not at the Doghouse. We are at the Dog Pound is where we currently are at Alliance High School, and the Bulldogs welcoming North Platte High to the Dog Pound. It's weird to say just because I'm so accustomed to the Doghouse. We're really getting into some dog-on-dog crime tonight. Both teams 1-1 on the girls' side. Alliance and North Platte battling out here today as I have a special guest. He'll be pipping in every now and then. Jake Schrantz, the Alliance Eagle Media Sports Director. It's been since what, August, since the last time me and you have actually done a game, and I'm happy to say we are not freezing outside watching the longest softball game we've ever watched in our lives.
Yeah, that was definitely an interesting experience and a little bit of a different atmosphere today. I think should be a fun one.
It really should be. Both teams 1-1. Both teams coming kind of in two different, the same direction, but have gotten there two different ways. Of course, North Platte High School 1-1 after the start of the season with their doubleheader against Norfolk on Friday, and then South Sioux City with a victory on Saturday, while Alliance faced a really tough, or has been a historically tough, Gehring squad and fell in a pretty close one on the girls' side, 46-32, but won on against Mitchell the next day, 41-39. So two teams that have had some close contests and have lost actually pretty tough in their first matchup, and now facing off against each other. We talked during your coach's interview about really what to expect in this game, and honestly, we're going to see a lot of defensive slugfest from both of these teams in this contest today, because both have done a really good job of holding their opponents to not really good shooting percentages, but also the points have been pretty low across the board, only in the first two games.
Yes, possession of the basketball is going to be huge in this matchup because both teams like to get out there and pressure in the backcourt. So moving it ahead past the timeline, no violations from not getting it across, getting the ball in cleanly. That was something Alliance has struggled with this season. A lot of trouble on the inbound, whether throwing it to the opposition or just nobody really getting separation to get that comfortable inbound. They did it a little bit better in the second half against Mitchell, but that first half was a really big issue in that territory.
Yeah, and the thing that's going to be the tough one for you as an Alliance fan and as a sports commentator, North Platte loves to press early and often, and that has been, in that South Sioux City game, the real difference maker is that they were able to apply pressure early, force South Sioux to get into some trouble, whether it be picking up a dribble in a corner and getting trapped, or just struggling to get the ball across half court, and that led to easy points in transition, or just a half-court setup off an inbounds for North Platte High School. So, yeah, it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough, but at the same time, both teams not the best shooting when it comes this year. So, even when offenses do get set up and they do get ready to produce something, they've been a little clunky. And to be fair, that's expected this early in the season. Defense always is set much better early in the season than offense, and it boils down to two players who are going to be people you have to really watch for today. Reese Armstrong averaging 15.5 points per game for Alliance. For North Platte, Norral Worrell leads the way with 10 points, and there's a couple names down there that probably should be up on the scoring chart, but man, oh man, Miss Armstrong has been the real shining star right now for this Alliance team, which is still trying to find not only a second answer, but maybe some offensive continuity and progression.
Yeah, this Alliance team, they had some questions to answer, especially early in the season. Tonight is actually Macy Seabaum night, so they're celebrating the recent graduate who really led the 2024 squad and years prior as that main #1 option offensively. And this year, it has been almost a complete flip of the switch, because you go from a senior leading the team offensively to a freshman in Reese Armstrong, who has been in double figures both times out this season, has been a terrific offensive option. Like you said, the efficiency has been a little bit up and down, but the scoring numbers have been very eye-catching from Reese Armstrong.
Yeah, and to have such a young player be producing as much as she is, that's already a good sign, because again, it just with time will get better and better. And for North Platte, they're kind of in the same boat. They were pretty heavily favoring it towards their experience over youth. And for the last 3 seasons, they've been like that. They've had maybe 1 or 2 sophomores or freshmen getting some spot times here or there, but majority led by some older players. This year, complete opposite, where they are a very youthful team, and they're kind of, I hate to say floundering, but they're just like a lot of teams that are young, searching for what's going to work, who's really going to be that top person. And the top people we assumed were going to be that, so far out the gate, are struggling to find a good rhythm. Josie Douglas, who has kind of been that main focal point of the offense last season when she started, off to a sluggish start. Even though she has 8.5 points right now, it's been off of some really tough shooting. Last time against South Sioux City, only hit 1 3, went 0 for against Norfolk in game #1. So the Dogs' offense is struggling from beyond the arc, but when they get going downhill and they start cutting, they start slashing, and they start penetrating into the paint, boy, man, teams have had a tough job trying to stop this North Platte offense, and that goes for both the boys and the girls. They are a very good paint team, and if you are not good, whether it comes to the height to go toe for toe with the touches that Bulldogs like to do, it might be a long night for you on the defensive end.
Yeah, the physicality is going to be huge in this game. I look to someone like the senior Addie Weber for Alliance to try to match even a little bit of that interior presence that this North Platte team has. She focuses mostly, and we heard from her at the Alliance High School Media Days for the winter sports. She talked about how the defensive side of the ball is where she really shines, and she's done that so far this season, but tonight's going to be a different challenge.
Yeah, it is going to be a little bit of a different challenge. Norral Worrell sitting a nice, pretty 6 foot tall. She is young, she is youthful, still trying to figure out the game at the high school level is Miss Norral Worrell. And because of that, you're a prime opportunity for somebody, as you said, like Miss Addison Weber, who's a senior, has seen a lot, through these years, to kind of pick on a little bit of Miss Norral Worrell in terms of what she does as a freshman. But again, this game is won not just from one position. It's from a whole plethora of a team environment. And it's really honestly going to be who's the better team in terms of breaking down the pressure, because both teams, being so youthful, are going to have pace problems. They're going to be sped a little too fast up. And if either side goes to that full court press, if you have no answer for it, it's going to be a long, long night for maybe even both teams.
And that with that pressure and that speed up of the offense comes a lot of turnovers. That's something that Alliance over the last few years has really struggled with, keeping the ball safe, having good possessions that don't result in live ball turnovers. You give them up, you give up free fast break points, and that's an easy way for opposition to jump out to an early 10, 15 point, even 20 point lead in the first half.
Yeah, averaging 29.5 turnovers per game for Alliance. Dogs sitting at 19.5, so a whole 10 turnovers lower. And again, it's tough to quantify in terms of the point disparity in terms of how much those came off of those turnovers, but just to have 29 straight up, it's really tough to find a good rhythm if you're just turning the ball over left, right, and center.
Well, you almost think about it like in a sport of like football, for example. If you're turning the ball over before you can even get it into the offensive side of the court, that's essentially like not being able to move the football past the 50, and the team just keeps getting good field position. You're putting yourself in a bad spot. That's what's happening out here on the basketball court. When you can't get it even to the three-point line, let alone into the paint, I mean, the opposition is going to have such a good opportunity to keep the ball where they can score it.
And the problem always comes to what kind of turnover is it? Is it a live ball? Is it a dead ball? You kind of take a dead ball turnover just because it allows your defense to get back set. And the worst thing a young team can do is turn that ball open, as you said, in the open court before you even get set offensively and the defense gets set, because everything is so frantic, so hectic. One costly little mistake like that, and as you said, there's 2 points, and that could turn into a 4-point swing, and then a 6-point swing, and then you're just all frazzled up. And as you said, that could be 10 points quickly in the first quarter, and now you're thinking, for a team that's hasn't shot the ball well, oh gosh, how are we going to come back in this game?
And it's a lot of younger ball handlers as well that
Yes.
are handling the pressure. You think of a freshman like Reese Armstrong. Brindley Lonick is going to be a main ball handler as well for this Alliance team. She's another true freshman on the Bulldogs. So how will they handle the pressure? All we can do is really wait and see.
Yeah, at that point, you just got to pray that, they were able to see some tape or at least have a good week's worth of practice and have some good scout film on what North Platte's going to do, because they will pressure your young and inexperienced ball handlers and kind of force you to be skilled enough to know where the right read is going to go. Because if you can't identify where the right read is, it's going to be quite a long night. Quick Stop pregame show, 27 locations open 24 hours a day. Quick Stop, always open right around the corner. We come back, we'll talk about our Owls Lock and Save keys to the game, get to the national anthem, and then get you set and squared away for North Platte High basketball as the Dogs take on the Dogs of Alliance High School here at the Dog Pound on your Christmas station, FM 98.1 and AM 1410, and live streaming on our Cedar Room live stream, NorthPlattePost.com.
Save money at the pump at Quick Stop with the Dino Pay app. Dino Pay offers contactless payment using your preferred debit or credit card. The savings add up with 12 cents per gallon and even more on Tuesdays and Thursdays with rollbacks for savings of 15 cents per gallon. Huge savings with Sinclair Dino Pay, saving you at the pump. Don't forget Frazzle Gourmet Slushes and For Real Shakes and Smoothies. Gourmet coffee at everyday low prices on your favorite beers.
Hey, high school students, why wait to start college when you can begin transforming your future for free? Mid-Plains Community College is now offering free tuition for dual credit and early entry classes beginning this fall. Get ahead, save money, and transform your future while in high school. Talk to your high school guidance counselor or visit our website at mpcc.edu. That's mpcc.edu. Students are responsible for all course-related fees and must attend a Nebraska high school or Nebraska homeschool to qualify.
This is the Bulldog Pregame Show from FM 98.1 and 1410 AM. Presented by Quick Stop. Always open right around the corner. Quick Stop.
Welcome back here to the Dog Pound, FM 98.1, AM 1410, live streaming on our Cedar Room live stream, NorthPlattePost.com, as well as PanhandlePost.com, as tonight's our special joint presentation of dog-on-dog action here today. Paxton Gordon, Jake Schranz will be joining me from here and there to talk about the game today. Let's jump into our Owls Lock and Save keys to the game. I mean, it really starts, as we've talked all throughout this pregame, on the defensive side. North Platte is going to start pressure early, and they are defensively going to trap you from start to finish from what we've seen in the first two games. Now, maybe they change it up here, but it's been working for them this season, and I expect them to apply that pressure early, and I think that's the key for North Platte to start maybe finding a little bit more of its offense shooting-wise. If you can get or keep Alliance having those turnover troubles like they've shown so far this season from that full court press.
Yeah, the pressure is going to be big, and for a team in Alliance that has struggled at times this season to shoot efficiently as a team, if you can add on top-tier defense on top of that, it could be a rough night.
Yeah. What about Alliance? What can Alliance do maybe defensively to thwart not only that pressure, but to maybe keep North Platte continuing out of its maybe rhythm in this game?
Well, I think it's going to be important to force one-and-done possessions. You're not going to guard perfectly the entire game, but one thing you can do is be active and aggressive on the glass. You got to block out, and you got to find a way to get defensive rebounds. It's so tough to get stops against some of these bigger schools, and to give up offensive rebounds in second and third chances. That is where this game can really fall apart for Alliance.
And for a young team, goes both ways. The key to sometimes losing games is not boxing out, or using the importance of giving up second chance opportunities, because that has what's been killing not only North Platte last year, but in their loss against Norfolk, the amount of second chance opportunities that Norfolk Panther squad had was just overwhelming. And I mean, same thing kind of can go for you. You guys have had that same issue as well when it comes to just giving up too many opportunities for a team to make it on the second time. 'Cause it's not the first time that they make it. It's always that free opportunity that they get from the second operation. Offensively for North Platte, I think it's just get that ball touched into the paint. If they can start Nora Worrell off with some not only good production, but force the defense to collapse around her, I think offensively for North Platte, you're looking good, because at some point these shooters are going to wake up. And then for Alliance, what do you got offensively for them to be successful today?
Well, I think there's a big focus on not speeding the game up. Don't think it too big. Think, get this ball in cleanly, get it across half court, get into your action, and get the best shot. Don't think about so much at all at one time.
That's right. As Coach Thurman always said, you got to be like a goldfish. You got to forget all the plays that happened previously, but don't become too overwhelmed with some of the things that you've been tasked with in this game. Time for the national anthem, so we'll step aside, take a break. When we come back, we'll have the start of this game on FM 98.1 and AM 1410.
Opportunity is knocking in North Platte. 3 parcels sold separately or together Saturday, December 20th at 10 a.m. Selling at auction is 1705 East 5th and 1600 East 6th. You'll find a commercial shop with office and loft, a 36 by 36 3-car garage, and a spacious light industrial lot. Perfect for investors or businesses looking to grow. 20% down on day of sale, closing by January 7th. For more information, call Gateway Listing Agent Sherry Bourne. Don't miss it, December 20th at 10 a.m.
Looking for a trusted insurance provider with years of experience? Fortify Group is the solution you need. For over 3 decades, we've been serving local farm and ranch customers. But did you know we also provide home, auto, and commercial coverage? As an independent agency, we work with multiple carriers to find you the personalized options and level of protection you need. There's more info at fortifygroup.net. Or stop by and visit with me, Kevin McGann, in our new location at 621 South Dewey in North Platte. And as always, rely on Fortify.
Experience the beauty of downtown North Platte and enjoy lunch or dinner at the Cedar Room. The Cedar Room is an unparalleled restaurant experience with its unique atmosphere where modern meets rustic. Enjoy a handcrafted cocktail made with the freshest ingredients by a master mixologist while dining from their delicious American fusion cuisine menu. Make a reservation by calling 308-532-4825 or reserve online at thecedarroomne.com. The Cedar Room, 505 North Dewey in beautiful downtown North Platte.
Do you have a golfer on your Christmas gift list? Indian Meadows Golf Course is open for Christmas sales and would like your business. Give them a gift certificate and let them choose exactly what they want. Or how about a punch card for green fees or the driving range? Come out and register for a free driving range punch card and check out their new arrivals. Indian Meadows Golf Course, open daily, noon till 4 on West Walker Road, North Platte. The Bulldogs play here on FM 98.1 and 1410 AM, KOOQ. Merrick's Ranch House. Lunch specials Tuesday through Saturday with 2 sides, just $10. See them on Facebook. Dine in, order online, use DoorDash, or just call for carryout. Merrick's.
Craving bold flavors and authentic Chinese cuisine? Look no further than Szechuan Famous Foods. From spicy Szechuan classics to mouth-watering dumplings, fresh sushi, their dishes are crafted with the freshest ingredients and traditional recipes. Whether you're dining in or taking out, every bite is a taste of China. Visit Szechuan Famous Foods today, where flavor is always first. Located at 320 Rodeo Road, or order online at SzechuanFamous.com for carryout or delivery. Your taste buds will thank you.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back, everybody, here to the Dog Pound, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and a video live streaming on our Cedar Room live stream, NorthPlattePost.com. It is time to jump in to our Double Dips Ice Creamery starting lineup. Double Dips Ice Creamery in the historic Canteen just here in North Platte offers 24 plus different flavors of hand-dipped ice cream served in a variety of ways. Getting the starting lineups here today for the side of Alliance and the Bulldogs. We have Brooke Bailey, the junior at 5'6", getting the start. Addison Weber, senior at 5'10", talked about her a lot during our Quick Stop pregame show. Reese Armstrong, the freshman, 5'6", getting the start alongside Brindley Lanik, the freshman at 5'3". And then Olivia Krejci, another freshman, getting the start at 5'8". For North Platte High School, getting the start, Josie Douglas, J.C. Burke, Ava Franzen, as well as Peyton Jones and J.C. Fox. For North Platte High School here to start today's game as the Dogs will win the tip thanks to Miss Josie Douglas. And here we go. We start the other way with North Platte. Douglas at the logo now, swings it to the far side. Peyton Jones, who had a very fantastic start to the season in a strong game against South Sioux City, now here to the near side. Douglas trying to go baseline. Great defense from Brooke Bailey. And now North Platte re-swings around the perimeter. Burke in the corner. Now we'll get called for the travel, as that's a turnover for North Platte right off the rip. Still scoreless to start off here on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. Here comes that full court press by North Platte High School. Not really exuding too much pressure. They go right back to Armstrong. Armstrong up the court now to Weber. Weber holding on to the ball. Ooh, almost tipped away by J.C. Burke. Now, stopping her dribbling, passing it into the paint, tipped away by Ava Franzen. That should be picked right back up, though, by Brindley Lanik on the far side. And Alliance now finding some offense. Double team trap in the corner, and Lanik's going to bounce it off the feet of J.C. Fox. And now Alliance will have an inbound on the baseline. And with 7:08 left to go, as they try to find the first points and strike first blood. Shot is up from Armstrong, off the mark. Rebounded by Miss Ava Franzen, and here comes the other way with it. North Platte and the Bulldogs. Burke, left perimeter, swing now to J.C. Fox. Now Peyton Jones. Thought about getting it to Franzen, but we'll pass around the perimeter once more. Fox, setting up. Now to Peyton Jones. Jones, very contested shot, and it's a foul. And now Peyton Jones will go to the free throw line and shoot 2 free throws following the first foul today by Brindley Lanik. That is the first team foul for Alliance in this ball game, as the first free throw is off the mark from Peyton Jones. The Dogs 0 for 1 to start. Still trying to find the first points in today's game. And, speaking into existence, there is point number 1 for Peyton Jones off the free throw. And now the Dogs will push it the other way as I drop my pen. Man, I'm just so clumsy with that today. Here comes Brindley Lanik. Guarded one-on-one by Jones as she now gets set. Picks her dribble up. Cross court to the far side to Armstrong. Reese Armstrong pivoting. Almost stolen away. And Brooke Bailey with it. Bailey to the near side. Once again, Lanik. Lanik. Top of the three-point line. Weber back to Lanik for 3. That's off the mark. Strong rebound by Brooke Armstrong, and a foul called down low. As great rebound from Olivia Krejci, and then she's fouled from behind by J.C. Burke. And there's now the first team fouling to the free throw line to shoot Miss Reese Armstrong, and she nails the first one. 1 for 1, and now we're tied 1 apiece on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. Start this game off. Alliance will take the lead as Armstrong goes 2 for 2. Now the other way with it. J.C. Burke into the corner. How about Peyton Jones for 3? She had a couple against South Sioux City, no good. And that is a nice big rebound for Alliance and the Bulldogs with Addison Weber, as she crosses half court and immediately will put the brakes on. And a great pass almost picked up there by Robinson and stolen away. And here comes a fast break opportunity for J.C. Burke, and she misses the layup, short changes it off the front iron. And Brooke Bailey now with an opportunity to push this offense for Alliance. On the baseline, Weber. Oh, and that's a missed read, and Weber just puts it right into the hands of Josie Douglas. The other way, J.C. Fox in the paint. Shot is no good, and another foul called against Alliances. Fox sneaks her way into the paint and is fouled against Reese Armstrong. That is the second team foul for this Alliance Bulldogs squad, and another missed opportunity for the Dogs as they're now 1 for 3 from the free throw line so far in this ball game. 2-1, the lead for Alliance on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard, as yet again North Platte missing 1 for 4 to start this game. As around the perimeter goes Addison Weber. Hands it off to Lonick. Lonick to Armstrong. Armstrong driving on Burke into a double. Wide open shot, but Brooke Bailey won't take it and instead will travel with the basketball, and a turnover for Alliance. It's now back-to-back offensive possessions where turnovers being a thorn in the side for the other Bulldog, the Alliance Bulldogs. It's going to be tough to say that. Good heavens. 5:12 left to go here in this first quarter. A 2-1 lead for Alliance on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. Douglas now driving in. Douglas, her very off-balance shot is missed. She gets her own miss and throws it to Peyton Jones. Jones, some patience. Around the perimeter, fires to J.C. Fox. Now Burke. Around the perimeter to Josie Douglas. Douglas, Jones, 20 on the shot clock, so plenty of time. Peyton Jones spinning, she lost the ball, and now cross-courts it to a wide-open J.C. Burke three. No, off the back iron, no good. Armstrong collecting the rebound, and the other way, Alliance starts pushing tempo. Cross-court to the near side to Addison Weber, who sets up for three. Very short, and it's J.C. Fox who collects the rebound. Fox had some immediate pressure in her face from Brooke Bailey. Diverts away now to Douglas. Ooh, crossover from Josie Douglas into the corner. Burke drives into the paint, fires a quick 10-footer off the mark, and another foul. That will go against Ava Franzen. She was out of position on that rebound attempt, and fouls. That's the first for Franzen, but here comes Norrell Whirl as well as Adelie Terry, and Paz Cody also checking in, so a couple substitutions for either side. North Platte bringing in Miss Norrell Whirl, leading the team with 10 points, had a fantastic game against South Sioux City. Recorded a double-double in her second varsity game of her career. But needs to do some work here with the Dogs trailing by 1. 2-1 on our State Farm agent, Bobby Hull's scoreboard. Armstrong, bounce pass. Oh, good defense from Adelie Terry. But somehow Alliance able to keep possession of that basketball. Brooke Bailey on the baseline. Ooh, and a foul called against Josie Douglas. That's now foul number 3 for the Dogs as a team. And the first foul for Josie Douglas today. As Alliance, all the way back he goes to Weber. How about Armstrong three from straightaway center, no good. And Peyton Jones able to collect another rebound. Into the corner to Terry, down low to Norrell Whirl. Whirl shot is up, oh, Miss Norrell Whirl. There's 2 points for Whirl, and the Dogs of North Platte take the lead now 3-2 on our State Farm agent. Bobby Hull scoreboard, Peyton Jones into the passing lane. One-on-one, Jones goes, yes! As Paz Cody collides with Peyton Jones in transition, and Miss Jones gets not only her first points, but looking to complete the and one here. That is now the third team foul, and checking in, Brindley Lonick checks right back in as Paz Cody checks out. And North Platte now extends their lead 5-2 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard, as Jones will nail the free throw. She has 3 points, 6-2. The lead for North Platte with 3:14 left to go. Dogs kind of going with a full court press, but not applying too much one-on-one pressure. Now driving Armstrong into a corner, double team, basks down low in the paint to Bailey. Swing out now, some good passing for a three from Lonick. Off the mark, strong rebound by Armstrong. Her second chance opportunity is good. Reese Armstrong, the freshman, getting the miss and putting it right back up with a bucket. And now only a 2-point lead for North Platte. Terry swings to Josie Douglas, who sets up for three. Off the front iron, and it's going to be fought for, and Peyton Jones is able to collect the miss. Another offensive rebound. She fires for three. Oh! Peyton Jones with 6 points, hitting her first three today, and it's 9-4, the lead for North Platte High School. Early on in this first quarter, that ball in the open court. Adelie Terry picks it up on the right wing. Now going baseline, bounce pass to Douglas, and it goes out of bounds. I think tipped away by Brooke Bailey.
It's good hustle down the court to save that possession.
I was going to say, it seemed like, unfortunately for Alliance, a couple of things had fallen off the wagon wheel-wise in these last couple of possessions. As Giselle Gonzalez checks in for Olivia Krejci. And now an inbounds for Josie Douglas on the baseline. Oh, and unfortunately, 5-second violation. Just a hair's width off from getting it out. As Nora Whirl finally popped open, but turnover for the Dogs. And now, oh, Peyton Jones steals it away, but it's in the open court. Back it goes to Peyton Jones after it was collected by Douglas. And man, another bucket for Peyton Jones. She's at 8 points right now, and it's an 11-4 lead for the Dogs as tipping that ball out of bounds, Josie Douglas. As another check-in comes, as Ava Franzen now checks in for J.C. Fox. And the Dogs have been scoring out a feverish pace in the last couple possessions after starting ice cold. 2:03 left to go in this first quarter. Dogs leading 11-4. North Platte in front. As they go back to that zone defense. Armstrong thought about the three. Now tipped in the air by Peyton Jones. Picked up by Lanik. As Lanik now around the perimeter we go. Armstrong again here on the left wing. Bounce pass down to Brooke Bailey. Bailey tries to get it into the paint. The ball's on the floor, and Nora Whirl is there to jump on it, as well as Brooke Bailey. And there's a jump ball that will stay with Alliance. So they'll have a baseline inbounds. With 1:40 left to go in this first quarter. Trailing 11-4. Gonzalez all the way to the perimeter it goes. And now the offense resets up. Back over to Weber. Into the paint they go to Brooke Bailey, and a foul by Ava Franzen. Can't swipe on the follow-through, and that's where they'll get you most of the time. It's really not the straight-up, defense that you get called for. It's if you start swiping, and unfortunately for Ava Franzen, she picks up her second foul. And now J.C. Fox has to check right back in.
And Brooke Bailey is one of the most aggressive slashers on this Alliance team. So she draws fouls at a high rate.
I was going to say, you really saw it, right? You've seen it all through this first quarter. Her ability to just try and create some chaos with her slashes in the paint. She'll miss the first free throw. Now gets set for the second. High in the air it goes. Oh, air ball. Oof. Unfortunate, she misses that one. 0 for 2 from the line, and so far for both teams, not having the best free throw shooting night. Even though it's still early, plenty of time to go. 11-4, North Platte High School with the lead over Alliance and the Bulldogs. 1:20 left to go. Natalie Terry around the perimeter now, kicks into the corner to Peyton Jones. She'll fire another three. Peyton Jones, in and out. Ball's on the floor. Nora Whirl with a easy basket as the ball just fell in her hand. And now the Dogs' lead increases in North Platte's favor, 13-4. Setting up the offense. Lonick down low. It gets to Weber and almost tipped away by Nora Whirl. Gonzalez's shot is up and in. That's some good distributing by the Alliance Bulldogs, and Giselle Gonzalez picks up her first 2 points tonight with 43 seconds. North Platte resets. What a beautiful bounce right back to Peyton Jones as Nora Whirl got the initial pass. Jones cuts into the paint, and it's tipped out of bounds. I believe that's by Addison Weber. As into the game, once again, Olivia Krejci. 13-6, the Dogs with 39.7 seconds left with an inbound on the baseline. Douglas, quick pass to Peyton Jones. Jones, some patience, back to Douglas. Douglas, she now goes and thought about the shot. Back over to Terry. Some good patient passing for North Platte, 14 on the shot clock. Whirl hands the ball off to Peyton Jones, and she tripped, lost the basketball, and that's a turnover for North Platte on the offensive end. Quick pass down low, that's tipped away by J.C. Fox. They tried to fire it into Reese Armstrong, who had to step up in the paint. But good awareness and positioning from J.C. Fox to tap it out. Inbound for Alliance, 18 seconds. Natalie Terry almost gets the turnover on Armstrong. Fox gets her hand on the ball again, and oh no, it goes out of bounds on Brooke Bailey. Hands were just slapping that ball around, and unfortunately for Alliance, they were the last to touch it.
Yeah, they just looked uncomfortable right there, deep in the corner. No one wanted the basketball, and that's a result of the turnover.
And that's a tough spot for young players to get trapped in a corner. It's the one thing you don't want to do when you have the ball. As Douglas trying to throw a contested shot up to draw a foul, and with 1 second, the full court heave is no good. And North Platte High School will end quarter number 1. And
she
the first
fouled.
I was going to say, and she did, so she'll go to the free throw line.
It's a big free
That's
throws
3,
here.
yes, especially with the quarter ending. So we'll step aside and we'll take a real quick break. We come back. We'll see where the score is at, but it's 13-6 on our State Farm agent Bobby Holt's scoreboard from the Dog Pound in Alliance on FM 98.1 and AM 1410.
Ben is in a sticky situation.
I got so excited for my fresh-baked Runza cinnamon rolls that I forgot to grab a napkin.
Now you got cinnamon roll fingers, and they're so ooey.
And gooey. I can't grab a spoon to dig into my delicious homemade chili.
Maybe you should call for help?
Oh, I'll call my mom. Oh, I've ruined my phone.
Worth it, though. Come get Runza's homemade chili, fresh-baked cinnamon rolls, and a napkin today. Because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes it all better.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Dog Pound on FM 98.1 AM 1410. Video live streaming on our Cedar Room live stream at NorthPlattePost.com. Timeout's brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. See them on the one-ways, 621 South Dewey, Sweet Pea, as well as our other sponsors for today's game, Justin Thompson Agency with American Family Insurance, the ever-changing industry standards. They pride themselves on top-notch customer service no matter what type of insurance you're looking for. Farm, crop, auto, home, or commercial, they have the answer for your insurance needs. As well as State Farm agent Bobby Holtz, Bill Summers, Ford, Honda, Nissan, Great Plains Foot and Ankle, and Larry's Glass. Well, the free throws might have been an opportunity for Alliance to cut into this game after a late foul to end the first quarter was called on that full court heave. And at the free throw line, unfortunately for Miss Addison Weber, she missed all 3 of them. And because of that, we still sit at a 13-6 lead for North Platte High School at the end of quarter number 1. I mean, an opportunity that unfortunately could not be taken advantage of by this Alliance squad. And on a game where so far both teams, well, more so Alliance, their shooting has been really rough. Those are some free points that you just can't miss out on.
Yeah, could have cut it to just 4-point deficit going into the second quarter. But now they've got their work cut out for them. We got to figure it out on the defensive end.
You do. They get it down to Nora Worrell, guarded by Gonzalez. Now to JC Fox for 3. It's short off the iron. And it's a good rebound for Alliance. And again, thwarting that second chance opportunity for the Dogs. And now Brooke Bailey, far side of the court, wants to set the offense up. They swing it around to Armstrong. Armstrong surveys. Back to Bailey. They try to get it now to Gonzalez. That ball somehow gets there after some slow pace as that's tipped away by Burke, but picked back up by Brooke Bailey. Weber, almost trapped, gets it to Gonzalez. One-on-one with Worrell. Back it goes around the perimeter. Brooke Bailey now drives on the baseline. Bailey shot is up. It's no good. And a shot clock violation against Alliance. And there's the other Bulldog showing up with some good defense in the half court. So far, man, that zone defense North Platte's been putting on so far and against Alliance has proven to be a tough break for the, I had to say other Bulldog. I wish they were a different dog. It's so much easier.
I think each year the winner of this game should have to hold on to the other Bulldog.
That's the trophy. You know what? I'm so down for that. 13-6 is Fox. Oh, kick to a wide open JC Burke. But JC Fox, the other JC, travels with the basketball. And that is a turnover for North Platte. Back to that full court press is Burke guarding the far side against Miss Addison Weber. She almost steps out of bounds, and unfortunately she does so. She did collide with Josie Douglas and was looking for a foul, but just dangerous when you tightrope along the out-of-bounds line. The percentage points increase dramatically if you try to play a dangerous game like that of turning it over, and unfortunately for Alliance, that's another costly turnover for this young squad as Hayden Hansen has checked in now for North Platte. Worrell on the perimeter now with it. Jab steps, drives on Gonzalez. Nora Worrell up and under short, gets her own miss. Oh, takes a bad bounce Off of the back iron, no good, and here comes the other way Alliance. As they set up to Weber, who swings it to the far side to Brooke Bailey. Bailey into a double team. Hanson trying to get her hand on the ball. Oh, wide open. What? Oh my gosh, Giselle Gonzalez had a perfect shot, and I'm telling you that ball did not want to go in as it toilet bowled out. As Hanson kicks to Whirl, ball's on the floor. Hanson in some trouble now, guarded by Weber, needing some help. Now turned over as that ball gets into the hands of Brooke Bailey. Some sloppy play to start this second quarter from either side. As with it, Reese Armstrong. Back it goes to Bailey. Weber into the paint. Good look now for Krejci, and it's turned over again. As Hayden Hanson throws the ball up the court to J.C. Burke. Burke one-on-one, spinning. Burke shot is up. No, but a foul is going to be called, I believe. Addison Weber, yes. Miss Addison Weber gets ringed up for another foul. Well, correction, her first, but the first team foul and another opportunity for the Dogs to capitalize at the free throw line. They have not been any better either. They're 1 for 4 so far in this game. Already off to a better start. First free throw made from J.C. Burke. So Peyton Jones checks in, and Kiki Adams checks in. So there's a little more height to go up against Nora Whirl, but also some more physical toughness from Adams. As Burke goes 2 for 2. 15-6 here in the second quarter on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. Oh, that ball in some danger as it's tipped away by Josie Douglas, intended for Addison Weber. It was a dangerous, dangerous pass from Olivia Krejci. And lucky enough for Alliance, they got away with it. It's now Armstrong trying to push tempo to the baseline. Weber, Armstrong, wide open shot. Addison Weber for 3. I mean, you could not buy a basket right now if you were Alliance, as that is an in and out miss from Addison Weber. It almost touched the bottom of the net. That is how deep it was. And the struggles still continue for either side. 15-6. How about one J.C. Burke for 3? No, and a rebound for Addison Weber. Man, oh man, it has been a difficult quarter for either side. North Platte did have a scoreless quarter against South Sioux City on Saturday. Lucky they've gotten 2 points so far off of free throws. That air ball is tipped out of bounds by Brooke Bailey. The shot up from Reese Armstrong, and another turnover for Alliance offensively.
And these shots are just not going down, and that just, it emphasizes how tough those missed free throws were at the end of the first.
Yeah, I mean, they had probably 5 free points they could have gotten off of those misses, and they were basically touching the bottom of the basket when they went awry. As now a deep 3 from Peyton Jones is no good. Burke with a strong rebound. She goes back up with it. She's no good. Jones collects it. The ball is in the open court on the floor, and it's picked up by Miss Addison Weber before a timeout is called by Alliance and Miss Mackenzie Fonster. Woo! And now that's a good little change in terms of poking that ball away. But you need to find an easy bucket somewhere. And not even, talking just straight up about Alliance. Both teams need to somehow find a way to get an easy bucket because it's been pretty ice cold from both sides here in this second quarter. So far, Alliance has yet to score a bucket. North Platte only has 2 off of 2 free throws. Other than that, everyone's 0 for feels like forever from the field in this second quarter.
And for Alliance, it's only been 2 players that have points so far tonight. It's 4 points from Reese Armstrong and that 1 bucket inside for Giselle Gonzalez a couple of minutes ago.
Yeah.
So got to find more ways to get Armstrong open in space and get some shots up.
And to be fair to Alliance, they had, I think, so far in this game, 7 points that just did not go their way on shots. So they've had good looks and opportunities, but for some reason, man, the basketball gods are saying no as Josie Burke reaches in and collects the first North Platte team foul and the second for Burke. And with that, Adelie Terry has to check in for Burke. So far, really, it's honestly been a clean game from either side from a foul standpoint. It's just no one's been able to break down the scoring. Uh-oh, another 3 on the way this time for Addison Weber. Short, and it's Nora Whirl with a big rebound. Another missed 3-pointer for Alliance, and the other way comes North Platte with Josie Douglas to Adelie Terry on the right wing. In the corner to J.C. Fox. They bounce past it to Nora Whirl. Whirl under the basket. Out to Douglas. Into the corner. How about Adelie Terry for 3? Way off the mark. And there is Reese Armstrong with a strong rebound. Armstrong, one-on-one with Peyton Jones. Jones, quick pass now to Bailey. Bailey to Weber. Weber, cross courts on over. How about Krejci? Little shot from inside the arc, no good. And it's rebounded by Peyton Jones. Jones with some speed now, taking it up the floor. Peyton Jones stepping back out, picks the ball up, and around the perimeter we go for North Platte to reestablish its offense and its spacing. Douglas drives into the paint now on Bailey. Terry drives. Terry looking good. Terry shot is up. Oh, and that one's in and out. Nora Whirl with a strong rebound on the second chance opportunity. And Jake talked about it in his keys to the game. Focus on those rebounds. Do not let North Platte get second chance opportunities. And unfortunately, there was a second chance opportunity right there. Turnover for Alliance in the half court. And Josie Douglas and the Dogs of North Platte can get reset up with 2:52 left to go before halftime. Douglas, one-on-one with Brooke Bailey, gets a screen from Nora Whirl. Douglas, over to Terry, Adelie Terry. Back to Josie Douglas. She'll pull up for three. Yes, from Josie Douglas. And for somebody like Josie Douglas, who has been struggling from beyond the arc to start this season, going 1 for 2 and a bad feed. Oh, in the full court by Addison Weber. And that is a turnover for Alliance. Something you just can't do with a hand in your face. Whirl's short shot is no good. And it's Kiki Adams, but when you're getting pressured, you cannot just throw the ball blindly up the court. And that is a big turnover for Alliance, but North Platte was unable to capitalize off it. Weber almost gets another ball turned over, but Reese Armstrong gets it. Armstrong into the paint, draws a foul against Nora Whirl. And there was that beautiful slash in from Miss Reese Armstrong, and she now goes to the free throw line and trying to break the curse that is Alliance free throws today.
Yeah, they're starting to figure out this North Platte defense a little bit, but you got to wonder, when will it become too little too late, already down 14?
And another missed free throw, and that's always the question, is especially when the ball just is, no matter what you're doing, is not going in. You got to get these free points right here at the free throw line, and when you are so good at slashing, like Reese Armstrong has been, as you said earlier, you're going to get a lot of opportunities to shoot free throws. You got to execute, and maybe just one will allow the floodgates to open, and that one is no good as it's off the back iron as Adelie Terry and Aslan Breen will fight for it. It's a jump ball that goes the way of Alliance. Another substitution checks in, this time Brinley Lonick for Armstrong, so there goes a successful part of your offense to the bench to rest with 2:01 left to go on our State Farm agent. Bobby Holt's scoreboard. Peyton Jones almost intercepts the ball. They somehow get that to Brinley Lonick before she is ran into by Hayden Hansen, and that's another North Platte foul. Number 3 is a team. First for Hansen.
They're spreading these fouls out pretty well, though. Pax, nobody with more than 2 on my count.
I believe it's just J.C. Burke who has that 2. A bad inbound. Turned over as Peyton Jones collects it, and North Platte goes the other way. So, again, the foul trouble from either side has not really been the ultimate grievances we have in this game. It's just, man, the buckets are not falling at a consistent pace right now. Really, honestly, for either side. Lots of spurts of good ball plays, of good shots and good ball movement. Uh-oh, Adelie Terry explodes into the lane, and she misses a shot as rebounded by Brinley Lonick. Lonick, oh, double dribble. Right idea, she was trying to get it to Addison Weber, but her body worked before her mind did and picked the ball up just for half a second and then kept going. I'll have to say, you weren't here for this, I'll just make a fun comment. At the college the other day, we had probably the worst double dribble I've ever seen. Right in front of the official, she dribbled the ball up, stopped, and then dribbled again. And they didn't call it. There is a quick foul as Peyton Jones does a beautiful job of cutting into the paint. And that is the second team foul for Alliance, and that's the first for Brooke Bailey. And again, same thing with Alliance. They're spreading their fouls out really well. And only, I think the highest mark so far is only one foul across the board on many players as Peyton Jones misses the first free throw with 1:21 left to go in this second quarter. Another one. That time it's up and in. So even if North Platte not shooting a great percentage, they're at least getting a couple to fall here and there. As Lonick now around the logo with the basketball, guarded one-on-one by Peyton Jones. Jones switched on to Weber. Dogs being very physical with their defense, picking that ball up very quickly. Jones, bounce pass now. Back on over it goes to Brooke Bailey, and a foul. I believe that should go against Peyton Jones. No, that'll go against Adelie Terry, so another member entering the second foul club as Reese Armstrong's back into the game. And we'll have 2 free throws for Brooke Bailey. Is now the time to... Oh, well, no, they changed it up. I was going to say, when's the time that we're going to break that free throw troubles so far for Alliance High School? As they're still yet in this game to hit a free throw as Adelie Terry with her second foul checks out. And Josie Douglas checks in. All the way out it goes. Jones tips it away. And that's another little small nitpick. Alliance has had some troubles inbounding the basketball from underneath the basket. You want to talk about live ball turnovers. That has costed them big when it comes to finding offensive rhythm. Armstrong here on the left wing into a double team. To Lonick. She'll fire up a 3. No, it's rebounded by J.C. Fonch after a couple bounces off the rim. Now North Platte pushing tempo with Hayden Hansen. Hansen's shot is up. No good. And an offensive charge. Brinley Lonick there.
Lonick's been doing that pretty well so far this season. Getting in with her feet set, drawing a charge. She's not afraid to take that contact.
It's another member of the Dogs with 2 fouls, and that's Hansen with second. And that's just something you haven't, I hate to be that guy, but don't really see a lot anymore, are charges in terms of people putting their bodies on the line. But it is a great way to maybe push momentum back in your side with a turnover if you can get that charge. As great defense from Douglas. Down low it goes now to Breen. Great feed, and oh no. Brooke Bailey misses the shot, rebounded, and Nora Worrell is able to come down with it for North Platte. 21-6 on our State Farm agent Bobby Holt's scoreboard here in the second quarter with 14.2 seconds left to go. As Jones to Worrell. Worrell's shot is up, no. Rebounded by Josie Douglas. Her shot is no good. Another attempt is no good, and it's rebounded by Addison Weber. Weber runs out of time as she tried to get it up to Reese Armstrong. And that is how the first half comes to an end for North Platte High School as they lead 21-6 on our State Farm agent Bobby Holt's scoreboard over Alliance. First off, man, it's been a pretty quick first half. And for either side, boy howdy, I would hate to look at that field goal percentage for both teams because it has not been a pretty contest as shots have just honestly not been falling from both teams.
Yeah, it's been a frustrating night from both sides, and it hasn't necessarily been a result of bad shot selection. There have been some open looks like you've been talking about, but to miss out on some of those bunnies, especially at the rim, we've seen that from North Platte and Alliance here tonight. Even at the end of this first half, a couple of second and third chances from Brooke Bailey and others down in the paint to try to get something else on the scoreboard here in the second quarter, and just unable to come away with some.
And that's the toughest part about it when you're trying to get these bunnies and second chance opportunities, which in theory should be the easiest way to get things rolling again, and they just haven't gone in. Or just seeing, as we said, those wide open rhythm shots basically touch the bottom and then jump right back out. It's got to be demoralizing just because, you know, both teams came into this game efficiently struggling field goal wise, field goal attempts. It's not been a pretty first 2 games from an efficiency standpoint, and to see that continue here has to be a tough, I say wake-up call, but a tough realization right now. If you just can't, at that point it's like nothing's going. What can I even do to get it to go in?
Yeah, I got to think at this point that head coach Mackenzie Foster and the rest of her staff, they're probably telling the team to lock in a little bit more defensively. There have been some open looks that Peyton Jones got in that first half, a couple of wide open jump shots that she was able to knock down. But outside of her, there hasn't been too much that they've really given up. It's been a lot of second chance hustle points that North Platte's come away with, and you can live with some of those, but it's more on the offensive end and just telling them, you got to keep doing what you're doing. You're getting open looks. You just got to knock some of these down.
Yeah, at some point, you know, we can sit here and be like, man, Alliance is just not hitting the shots. But at some point, like every shooter, the floodgates are going to open. When you see one go in, many more go in. We talked about how Alliance defensively need to really be clutch in the paint. And North Platte hasn't really gotten many clean looks when it comes to their paint points. Again, Peyton Jones, I think, leading the way with 8 points for North Platte High School. And outside of that, nobody is having a real fantastic game. So defensively, Alliance is not allowing North Platte to get these open, clean looks. They're doing probably the best job they could have asked for in the first half. It's just when you only put up 6 points after really, thwarting North Platte's attempts to find rhythm, it's got to, again, it's tough to continue to have that frantic pace because they've had opportunities. Their shots are not falling. The inbounds have been turned over for live ball turnovers. There's just so many things that unfortunately just have not gone in Alliance's direction when ultimately if maybe a few shots fell, we'd be talking at halftime about how this game's really close and both teams' defenses have been playing great ball.
Yeah, and maybe an encouraging aspect of this situation. You don't want to be down by 15.
No.
But you think back to the last game for the Alliance Bulldogs. They were battling from behind almost the entire game and won the fourth quarter against Mitchell 13-7. They locked in defensively, got some good looks, started to hit some of these shots that we've been talking about that they've been putting up and getting open on, but just haven't knocked down in this specific game. They did that in the fourth quarter against Mitchell. Now they've got to figure out a way to do it again, and maybe the home court energy, maybe second half adjustments, who knows, but they've got to figure something out.
And North Platte has been has had struggles so far early in 2 games, but to come out that third quarter, their third quarter has not been clean. They scored 0 points against South Sioux City, a team they dominated all throughout the game last Saturday. Scored 0 points. I mean, that in a high school level is unheard of because there's always going to be something that will go your way to get a couple buckets, but scored 0 points in that third quarter. And for a team like Alliance that is looking for some sort of spark, and as you said, had that big fourth quarter comeback last week against Mitchell, if they can pounce on the Dogs early in that second half, we're back. That 15-point lead sure can close down pretty quickly. Quick stop, halftime show underway here. 27 locations, open 24 hours a day. We'll step aside real quick. We'll come back and have Jake talk about the statistics and what he wants to see done better from either side a little bit more in terms of what to clean up when we come back here to the Dog Pound in Alliance on FM 98.1 and AM 1410, live streaming on our Cedar Room live stream at NordPlattePost.com.
In a lawsuit, a little extra liability protection can go a long way. I'm Justin Thompson at the Justin Thompson Agency. A personal umbrella policy from American Family Insurance offers $1 million or more of coverage over and above the limits of your auto and home policy. And it's affordable. Contact Justin at the Justin Thompson Agency at 501 South Dewey Street or call 534-2400 today.
American Family Insurance.
Hands of Heartland has offered support and services for those with developmental disabilities in Nebraska since 1998 and is now bringing those services to the North Platte area. Residential services, respite services, community services, and even day services. Hands of Heartland offers a full array of services from 24-hour supports to just a few hours per week. Learn more today online at handsofheartland.com. That's handsofheartland.com. Hands of Heartland, providing creative opportunities to live and grow.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Dog Pound, FM 98.1, AM 1410, live streaming on our Cedar Room live stream at NordPlattePost.com. 21-6 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. All right, Jake. These numbers are not going to look pretty, but we got to go through it at some point. Start me off here with the home team Alliance. They have 6 points right now. Who's leading the way for them?
Yeah, it's Reese Armstrong, and I wanted to kind of focus on her real quick because she does lead the team with 4 points. She's got a couple of free throws, has 1 layup as well. But she on the season through these first 2 games averaging over 15 points per game. She's been very effective, double figures both times out to start 2025. So the way that this North Platte team has shut her down and limited her looks, I think the zone defense early on in the first half really kind of stifled what she's able to do getting to the basket and kind of clogging up those driving lanes. So we'll see if Coach Foster can try to draw something up to get her more open looks, but she has led the way with those 4 points.
They had the right idea. Of course, what's the easiest way to break open a zone is just cross-court the ball a lot and, reverse it on a lot of things. And so far, Alliance has had, as we've talked about so much throughout this first half, they've had opportunities, but the ball just hasn't fallen in. Same thing for Reese Armstrong. She's gone to the lines a few times to potentially not only pad up her statistics a bit, but also close in, and that, unfortunately, has not been a pretty sight for her, as she is yet to score from the free throw line, and I think all of Alliance is yet to hit a free throw in this ball game. But she has, of course, team high 4, and then right behind that, I believe it's Giselle Gonzalez with 2 points. And of course, she had an open look, and that's how she got her first points. For North Platte High School, where do we sit? Leading the way for the Dogs scoring-wise, I believe Peyton Jones might be that #1 target.
Yeah, big first half from Peyton Jones, the junior. She's hit the only one of the 2 3-pointers for this North Platte team. Josie Douglas with the other one in this first half. But Peyton Jones leads the way with 10 points in the first 16 minutes of this game. And then the freshman Nora Worrell off the bench with 6 points on very efficient shooting inside. Doesn't take a lot of shots that are out of her comfort zone, and that's led to some very effective offense off the bench.
And of course, I believe a good chunk of those have come off of second chance opportunities, and we highlighted how much if Nora Worrell was able to really get going down low, it would be a struggle for Alliance to stop her because she is just so tall. But really, she's also slippery when it comes to her positioning. I mean, Alliance defensively, we talked about so far, has been pretty strong in terms of not allowing North Platte to get opportunities for clean looks, but when you're getting an easy second chance rebound, it's not that hard when you tower over everybody at 6'1".
Yeah, and she's not someone that you can game plan and just say, we need to get one body in front of her on the glass. You got to have someone on her and somebody around her to make sure when she makes that move to sweep around the box out, someone's there to put some contact on her and not let her attack the glass.
And again, it's a little bit of a bright spot for Alliance to think that North Platte has only gotten 2 threes to fall so far because, you know, with just the way that their offense has gone in terms of their open court turnovers, this lead might have been worse than we thought it could be. But there's always a second half, as we see right here, is an opportunity for, in the second half, Alliance and the Bulldogs to maybe find that rhythm. What do you got written down for Owls Lock and Safe keys to the second half? The third quarter has been the weakest for North Platte High School so far this season in 2 games.
Well, I think for Alliance, you know, we talked about getting Reese Armstrong more looks, but it's really just keep doing what you're doing offensively. Eventually, these shots that you're getting open looks on, they have to start falling at some point. So
yeah,
keep generating those open threes, keep attacking the rim, drawing fouls. That's something they did pretty well. Multiple players on this North Platte team with 2 or more fouls. So you look on the other side, though, for North Platte, and they just have to keep attacking the glass. They've been winning it so far in the first half, and that's how they've built this 15-point lead.
Yeah, when it comes to Alliance so far in what they're doing, lost my train of thought for a second. When it comes to their, as we said, it's not like their process has been bad, where they're taking really bad contested shots and we're sitting there going like, ooh, why are we doing that? Why take that shot? Really, all through that first half, we've been pretty pleased with the process. A lot of those shots have been open, have been in rhythm. They're just not falling. And when you are a shooter, you just need one to fall. And if it was open in the first half and the Dogs are going to go back to that zone defense, it's going to be open in the second half because Alliance has done a good job of breaking down that zone. But so far, the shots have just not been able to fall to go in line with that good process.
Yeah, and it compounds with the turnovers as well, right?
Yes.
You limit your shot attempts because you're giving the ball away so much, and then the ones you do actually get open on, you're not finishing.
Yeah, and because of that, then really everything just goes to the haywire as we get underway here for the start of the second half as Peyton Jones for 3 off the iron, no good. Fought for, and that ball will be jumped on for a jump ball, and it will go the way of Alliance. So North Platte and Peyton Jones missed their first shot of the second half. A 21-6 lead on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. North Platte is leading, but Alliance has had plenty of opportunities to get some rhythm in, so I wouldn't expect them to struggle like they did in the first half. Armstrong cross court on over now to Addison Weber. Weber guarded one-on-one by Burke, who has 2 fouls. That ball on the floor, fought for. Burke trying to pick it up. That ball is still on the floor and still being fought for before it's officially called a jump ball, and North Platte now will take over. And unfortunately, you lead off that half with another lead off the third quarter with another turnover in your first possession offensively for Alliance. As now up the court, here come the Dogs of North Platte High School. Fox here in the near side corner swings it out to Douglas. Douglas looking for a screen from Franzen. Douglas drives into 3 members, and a foul's going to be called. That one's going to be interesting to see who it goes against. And it will go against Brooke Bailey. Douglas lost control of the ball early on, and they deem it because Bailey got involved, and that is foul number 1 of this quarter for Alliance. Burke with a quick three off the inbounds, and J.C. Burke hits a three. That's now the third North Platte High School three as Burke joins the scoring brigade from beyond the arc. Has almost another turnover, and I said almost because it is a turnover for Alliance. Burke one-on-one, drives in on Weber. No, very bad miss, and then a very bad foul on the other end from Peyton Jones. She collides down low, I believe with Reese Armstrong. And there's the first foul for Peyton Jones. Again, the members who are in two foul troubles for North Platte, J.C. Burke, Hayden Hansen, and I believe Ava Franzen, as that inbounds is turned over. And Peyton Jones getting into the passing lane once again. That has been her strong suit defensively. As how about J.C. Fox for three? Short off the front of the rim. And now here comes a full court heave to Armstrong. She is wide open for a bucket. And finally, Alliance is able to put in a bucket after going a whole quarter without scoring. A good feed in the open court to Reese Armstrong, and it's 24-8. And maybe that was the jolt that Alliance needed offensively. How about Fox? She goes for the shot as she and Brooke Bailey kind of get tangled up. Again, Fox looking for an defensive foul from Bailey. But North Platte has an inbounds here on the near baseline. Douglas looking. Finds in the corner. Another quick three for Burke. Way off the mark. And oh no, for Reese Armstrong, who was a very strong rebounder for Alliance, has it go through her hands and out of bounds. And North Platte once more will inbound the basketball for a second straight possession. 24-8. North Platte leading. Oh man, wide open Ava Franzen in the middle of the paint. Quick score. And now Alliance will look to answer back. First 2 points for Ava Franzen today. It's 26-8 on the sideline. Addison Weber gets trapped and steps out of bounds. And that's the second time we've seen an Alliance Bulldog member step out of bounds when two North Platte defenders are around them.
And both times it was Addie Weber. They continue to do a great job of kind of shifting her towards the sidelines.
Yeah, and again, when you are playing a defense that is full court like the Dogs are, the number one goal you want to do is try to trap them on the sideline, because that's where a lot of the trouble begins. The shot up is no good from Peyton Jones, but a foul is going to go against Brooke Bailey. And that is another foul for Bailey. That's two quick in this quarter, her third as a team, and we're going to have a substitution come in for Brooke Bailey. As checking in now comes Hannah Benzel, sophomore at 5'7", checks in for Brooke Bailey. So Benzel seeing her first floor time today. As Douglas inbounds quick to Ava Franzen. Another good look. This time it's short, and a quick foul called against Ava Franzen. That's number 3 against Franzen, so that's now a North Platte player in 3 fouls.
Yeah, she can't believe it. She's just trying to fight for a rebound over the top of a much shorter Brindley Lonick, and that was a quick whistle.
I was going to say, I didn't know if I saw too much contact. Of course, didn't see where the hands was initially, but that's 3 fouls for Franzen, 3 for Brooke Bailey, but the lead still sits 26-8 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard as another foul. Oh no, and that's J.C. Burke with her third, so another North Platte member entering foul trouble with 5:40 left to go. As Adelie Terry has to check in for Burke. So both teams have a couple members in foul trouble. North Platte with 2, Alliance with 1. Oh no, bad feed cross court is turned over as Adelie Terry takes it away. Terry spinning and fading with a shot, way short. Easy rebound on the near side by Olivia Krejci. And up the court with speed. Bounce pass down low, and with it, having it now is Benzel. Swings it back out to Weber on the perimeter. Down low they go once again to Krejci. Her shot, no, as that was some good defense from North Platte. Weber picks it back up. Robinson for 3 on the way. Yes! And that was really good. Correction here for Reese Armstrong. As a quick pass to Nora Worrell is, that was a bad freshman mistake for Nora Worrell. She thought somebody was trailing her. A turnover offensively, and now Alliance looking to pick the momentum up. Trailing 26-11 with 4:45 left to go. Weber, cross courts. Down to the paint now with it goes Armstrong. Armstrong's floater, no. J.C. Fox gets the rebound, and she will slow it down as North Platte tries to recollect themselves. A transition three for Josie Douglas is off the mark. And there's Weber getting the rebound as Peyton Jones trying to steal it away. But here comes Alliance putting together a good third quarter.
Yeah, they're doing a great job defensively, forcing those one-and-done possessions.
We talked about how they just needed to continue to stay with what they're doing. Oh, his Benzel shot is no good, in and out, but she did get fouled, I believe, by Norrell Whirl. No, that'll go Peyton Jones, her second, but we talked about how Alliance really just needed to continue to do what they were doing in the first half, because from a process standpoint, it was giving them open looks, and they've continued to do so in this third quarter. They are now just finally being able to take advantage or get rewarded for those efforts, as the first free throw from Benzel is in and good.
Yeah, and these free throws are going to be big. Already 4 drawn fouls. They're 1 away from getting in the bonus, and there's still 4 minutes left in this quarter.
That's really big, and again, we talked about how crucial those free throws that were missed in the first half were. If you're 1 away from a bonus with 4:09 left to go on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard, that's free opportunities potentially for the rest of the third. Jones to Adelie Terry here in the left wing. Douglas guarded one-on-one by Benzel. Norrell Whirl with it. Oh, Whirl had it stolen away. What a beautiful steal from Reese Armstrong. One-on-one, Armstrong! No, great thwart away from Peyton Jones. And she was able to track that ball down, as checking in now comes Giselle Gonzalez as she checks in for Krejci. But there is a good transition stop for Peyton Jones. And now North Platte, after a strong start to this third quarter, have cooled off tremendously. Terry on the right wing, surveying what the defense is giving her. Cross-courting now to Josie Douglas. Douglas getting a screen from Norrell Whirl. Douglas to Terry. Now Fox. Fox trying to get it down low. Unfortunately, she will travel. They tried to get it to Norrell Whirl. Just a little too late from J.C. Fox. And now North Platte committing the offensive turnover with 3:32 left to go.
I got to tell you, Paxton, if Alliance can cut this deficit down inside 10 going into the fourth, I think this momentum might shift a bit.
I was going to say, we'll have a ball game on our hands, as finally Alliance being rewarded for their good offensive process that they showed in the first half. Lonick, the basketball, picking her dribble up, heavily guarded by Adelie Terry. Now somehow gets it into Gonzalez. Bounce pass, and a travel by Giselle Gonzalez. She almost got that out of her hands, but traveled in the process, and that's another turnover for Alliance. As Peyton Jones at the logo slowly sets up. Alliance now putting a very big zone defense in as, Peyton Jones barreling in to Brindley Lonick. I will say a very late call, but that's the third now for Peyton Jones, and that's another member of the Dogs team who is in foul trouble. That's number 3, if I remember correctly, who have 3 fouls.
And that's the second drawn charge that Brindley Lonick has taken tonight. She is taking some punishment on the defensive end.
That is very true. I completely forgot about that statistic. And now can Alliance really start to take over as, well, unfortunately, in the process of me saying that, the ball was turned over off a bad feed from Hannah Benzel. So I was going to say 3 prominent Dog starters in foul trouble. And Hayden Hansen, who's on the floor with 2 fouls herself. Dogs need to be a little more careful heading into that fourth quarter, as Alliance is in the bonus now for the rest of this third quarter. And the Dogs turn it over with a travel from J.C. Fox on the far side. Again, it has not been a pretty game from either side, really fundamentally. And it could get really, really close down the stretch if one team starts to find some rhythm. As now around the perimeter, Weber with it. Looking, serving to Lonick. Lonick with the ball. Had plenty of time to shoot, but now will pass it back. And around the perimeter, we go with that ball. Down low to Gonzalez. Bounce pass down low to Benzel. Benzel blocked by Josie Douglas, but they're going to call a foul on Josie Douglas. Oh, man, that's the second for Josie Douglas. Coach Tyson Hammond extremely upset as a timeout's going to be called. Timeouts are brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. Woof. Well, it talked about how the fouls were starting to pour in, and unfortunately for North Platte, it's gotten worse and worse as the third quarter grew on.
Yeah, I've been very impressed by Hannah Benzel's minutes here off the bench for Alliance. She's come in due to some foul trouble. for Olivia Krejci, who needed a rest as well. She's come in, hit a couple of free throws. She's got a chance in a few minutes or in a few moments here at the line again, and she's done some pretty solid work defensively as well. Like we said, get it to within 10. There's a chance for that comeback with the foul trouble that there is already for North Platte. I mean, we can look at the numbers here. Peyton Jones, the team's leading scorer, she's got 3 fouls. She's going to have to be careful defensively. You've got Ava Franzen, another starter with 3 fouls as well. J.C. Burke, a third starter with 3 fouls. These are some tough numbers that North Platte's going to have to handle defensively, because you get into the fourth quarter, all of a sudden you have to start backing up on defense and not being too aggressive. Could result in some easy layups.
Yeah, I was going to say, at the worst time when you really need to be more physically present and strong in the paint when the games do get closer. Again, only 13-point lead for North Platte, and at the free throw line, Hannah Benzel, she went 2 for 2 in her last attempts, has been the only Alliance Bulldog member to hit free throws in this game. And if she hits both of these like she did previously, that cuts the lead to 11. Oh, off to a good start. She hits the first one. And again, as you said, all bets are off at that point when you get it to 10 and have North Platte in foul trouble heading into that fourth quarter. Benzel, and she goes perfect. She is 4 for 4 tonight. It's 26-15 as up the court, Josie Douglas comes with her 2 fouls for North Platte High School. Hansen on the far side of the court, now dribbles. One quick pass, we go to Douglas. Douglas drives on Benzel. Douglas pivots around, wide open Natalie Terry for 3. And a foul on the perimeter called by Brinley Lonick, who collides with Terry, and there's 3 free throws for Natalie Terry.
It's a tough one to give up. A pretty aggressive closeout, kind of landing in the landing zone of the shooter, and not something you want to give up. And a freshman mistake.
I was going to say, that is as the first free throw is in, that is a very big no-no nowadays in modern basketball, is landing right where the feet are going to land. It's almost an automatic call, whether you like it or not, but just player safety is the main focus on that one. Is Natalie Terry 2 for 2, and you want to talk about a swing of momentum. If the Dogs can get 3 free throws here, kind of feels like the pendulum swings the other way when it comes to momentum after some big free throws from Natalie Terry. She'll miss the third and final one as it's rebounded by Addison Weber. And the Dogs go back to that full court defense. Lonick in the baseline. Oh, Josie Douglas almost fouling Lonick from behind wow, a good shot from Hannah Benzel from the right elbow. Another bucket for Alliance. It's 28-17 the lead now for North Platte High School. Terry to Hansen. Douglas with the basketball now. Guarded by Benzel one-on-one. Douglas. Oh, and a carry from Josie Douglas as she turns the ball over. Mistake after mistake starting to pile up. And we have a substitution, Olivia Krejci checking in for Gonzalez. And with 1:50 left to go on our State Farm agent, Bobby Hull's scoreboard, an 11-point lead for North Platte High. Ball goes up the court now to Benzel. Benzel trying to get it to Krejci. She does so. Krejci's shot is up. Oh, man, and Krejci's shot is good. And there it goes for the first time since early in this game. It's within touching distance and down to single digits. A 9-point lead for the Dogs, 28-19. Terry, bounce pass to Worrell. Laurel Worrell driving baseline on Krejci. Worrell now back out to Terry. Her shot is blocked by Weber. Shot again from Terry's no good. And there is Addison Weber with the rebound. Up to Armstrong. Armstrong forwards the pass, up again to Weber. From behind, Nora Worrell fouls Addison Weber in transition. The Dogs just getting super aggro with their swipes, and the follow-throughs are what is costing them in this game so far, and that's the second for Nora Worrell.
I think that might be like the 7th or 8th foul of the quarter for North Platte in this third.
Crazy.
It's been brutal defensively.
As the first missed free throw from Addison Weber, again, we talked about how crucial his third quarter was going to be, as North Platte against South Sioux City scored no points last Saturday, and to follow it up with a good start, but then to have it kind of all crumble away due to some very, very bad fouling from the Dogs, as those are missed free throws yet again from Alliance, and here comes the other way North Platte. Need to settle down and get a nice bucket. 9-point lead with 1:04 left to go for North Platte High School. Ooh, and a foul call. That's going to go against Hannah Benzel as she and Nora Worrell tangle up at around the top of the three-point line off ball.
And the free throw shooting, like you said, is huge right now for Alliance, but Addie Weber 0 for 5 from the stripe tonight. Got to clean it up.
Yeah, as J.C. Fox now checks into the basketball game. Hansen with the ball on the perimeter, swings it to Terry. Terry goes to the corner, gets a double team. Very tough shot from Adelaide Terry. 2 hands in her face, and that's a big bucket for Adelaide Terry off the bench. And exactly what North Platte needed to maybe calm the waters down after it has been a tumultuous 3 minutes for the Dogs. Oh, well, and as I say that, Hayden Hansen with another, unfortunately, poor foul. That is number 3 for Hayden Hansen, and that's bonus for, it's been bonus for 4 minutes now from Alliance, and you're at least counting your lucky stars that it's Addison Weber at the free throw line, who is, well, I had to say it, but I was going to say it was Addison Weber, who was 0 for 5 going into that free throw until she made it. Now she's 1 for 6, and she's got 1 point today, a 10-point lead for North Platte. It's like fate. She gets both of them.
You knew at one point she was going to lock in. She's second on the team in scoring.
I was going to say, you can't go 0 for 5 being a really good ball player like she has been this season. Douglas into the paint. Josie Douglas up. No, too strong of a layup. And it's rebounded by Lonick. As Lonick spins out, and Hayden Hansen will guard her one-on-one. Pick her up and drive her to the far side. Lonick lost the ball for a second. Now in a double team. Lonick in some trouble. Bounce pass. Floater on the way. Wow. What a shot by Hannah Benzel. 30-23. A 7-point lead now for North Platte. With 6 seconds left to go before the end of this third quarter. Douglas gets the screen from Worrell. Douglas for 3. Quick. No. And that is how this quarter will come to an end. North Platte High School leading the smallest lead it's been all day. 30-23 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull scoreboard. We come back here to the Dog Pound on FM 98.1 and AM 1410. The live streaming on our Cedar Room live stream, NorthPlattePost.com.
Growing up, my parents always encouraged me to do what's right, even if it wasn't easy. I'd always hear my mother's voice say, "Do the right thing." That stuck with me. Every day, just do the right thing. That's it. The rest takes care of itself.
At Shelter Insurance, we believe in doing the right thing for our customers and our communities.
See me, Pete Volz, at 501 South Jeffers for a free insurance review.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Dog Pound, FM 98.1, AM 1410, live streaming on our Cedar Room live stream at NorthPlattePost.com. Timeouts brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group at his location, 621 South Dewey, Sweet Beat. As well as Hands of Heartland. Hands of Heartland has offered support and services for those with developmental disabilities in Nebraska since 1998, bringing those services to the North Platte area. As well as Great Plains Health, Sports and Therapy, Jay Engel with Farm Bureau Financial Services, Runza, and Double Dips Ice Creamery. 30-23 as we start quarter number 4. Alliance found their rhythm in that third and are within touching distance of this lead as a big bucket for Brooke Bailey. And with that, it's only a 5-point lead now for North Platte High School. Burke checked into the game with her 3 fouls. Swings it to J.C. Fox, who lost the ball. Fox picks it up. Fox now throws it to Josie Douglas. She'll fire a wide open 3. Yes, and that's a big bucket for Josie Douglas and the Dogs, as they really needed that to fall. Oh, that ball somehow gets out of the hands of Krejci and is saved by Douglas. Unlucky for Alliance, another turnover, and it's 33-25 with 7:07 left to go on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull scoreboard. Now Peyton Jones turns the ball over to Reese Armstrong. Armstrong on J.C. Fox, no good. Oh, and a foul. And unfortunately, that's J.C. Burke. That is foul number 4 for Burke, and the first team foul. And that just like that, quickly diving the check back in is Miss Adelaide Terry. And that has been one of the struggles for the last 2 seasons for J.C. Burke, is she'll have these moments in games where she looks really, really good, but is unable to capitalize because she gets into foul trouble. There's a three from Benzel. Away. Rebounded on the side. Oh, no. By Krejci, and she slings it out of bounds. But it was last actually touched by a North Platte defender. 6:55 left to go in this fourth quarter. The ball will get topped right back to the top of the three-point line to Weber. Bailey, bounce pass down low into the paint to Benzel. Benzel, she'll fire up a 10-footer, and you can't give her that much space to shoot, and she'll just easily bury it. 10 points for Hannah Benzel. She only subbed in the third quarter and has really been the spark for Alliance.
Paxton, she was playing JV earlier tonight. I don't know how many more of those games she'll be playing the rest of the season.
I was going to say, if she's playing as good as she has been in this game, won't be seeing much of her time on the JV squad much longer. Fox, now with 12 seconds. A deep three for Peyton Jones. That's way off the mark. But it's rebounded by Adelie Terry, and another foul. Oh, my. Who's that going? Is that Ava Franzen? Oh, my. That's Franzen. That's number 4. No, that's Josie Douglas with her 5th, or should be 3rd. Well, that'd been scary if it was her 5th. I would have had a panic attack right then and there, but it's number 3 for Josie Douglas, and another turnover for North Platte off of a costly foul. Oh, that ball is turned over in the open court, right into the hands of Josie Douglas. Terry, now to Franzen. She'll fire up a 3. That's off the mark. Rebounded by Adelie Terry, and a foul against Reese Armstrong. And Terry will go to the free throw line. She's 2 for 3 today, but talk about costly open court turnovers. And there it was right there, and it cost Alliance. North Platte High School to the free throw line as Adelie Terry hits the first, and she makes the second. She's been so good tonight from the free throw line. And another good mark for North Platte as they pick up 2 free points off the free throws. Another open turnover for Alliance. Oh, my. At the time, you felt like their momentum was finally coming to them. 2 costly turnovers and a foul against Olivia Krejci. I mean, oh boy, that's a tough pill to swallow if you're an Alliance Bulldog fan after what had been a strong third quarter to have these moments. And wide open, Ava Franzen off the inbounds, misses, but it's touchdown and last out of bounds by Brooke Bailey. I mean, boy, Franzen was wide open.
Yeah, that's a tough one to smoke right there. He had an open look, could have cut it back up to 10 right there for the lead.
As Peyton Jones wide open for 3 off a great screen from Franzen. No good. Oh, man, another foul for Josie Douglas. Almost got a technical as well as she slammed the ball to the floor.
Yeah, I did not really see an over the back there at all. She's just jumping over the top of the smaller player. There wasn't much contact.
We've had a couple of those today, and it's gone either side in terms of that foul call where you felt like either team is doing it good technique-wise. But that's number 4 for Josie Douglas, as another turnover almost went away from Alliance. But they were able to recollect. Wide open. Bailey for 3. Way off the mark. Fought for. Oh, and a foul called. Are you kidding me? And that's against Ava Franzen. And Coach Tyson Hammond is not happy, as just Franzen as well as Krejci were just fighting for the ball like you normally would. And that's the 4th foul for Ava Franzen.
Yeah, that one I think she did kind of catch her on the way up on the second chance try. So, solid call there by the officials.
And that time the ball twirls in. 35-28. That's foul number 4 for Franzen. So there are now 3 members of North Platte in foul trouble. Franzen, Burke, and Douglas. With 5:26 left to go, a 35-28 lead. It's another free throw good from Krejci. 6 points the lead for North Platte. Jones up the court now. Guarded one-on-one by Weber. Gets a screen from Nora Whirl. Jones putting her head down, and a travel against Peyton Jones.
It's a great job filling the lane. That's why she traveled. She ran out of room, had nowhere to go with the basketball, and it's a great job defensively.
And now an inbounds for Alliance. They've had some troubles with those today, but they get it into Weber. Weber, quick pass to Brooke Bailey. Bailey in the open court, guarded one-on-one by Peyton Jones. Across half court, fling it up now to Armstrong. Armstrong on the perimeter, bounce pass down low to Krejci, guarded by Whirl. Shot is up, no, and it's rebounded by Nora Whirl. Good stop by Nora Whirl. Almost got dinged on the follow-through with a foul, but got away with it. Now here comes Josie Douglas to Whirl. Whirl drives in. Down low they go to Peyton Jones. Jones steps back out, and now the offense will reset up for North Platte with 18 seconds. Douglas on the right wing, guarded by Brooke Bailey. Douglas hop steps, up and under she goes. No, misses it, and it's rebounded by Krejci. Up the court, wide open, bad read, and Natalie Terry's there to get the ball and a foul. Underthrew the ball. And that's a foul that goes against Reese Armstrong. It's number 3 as a team, and that's the 3rd for Armstrong, so Alliance not out of foul trouble just yet. As he inbounds to Peyton Jones. And now North Platte reestablishes their offense. Douglas at the logo. Guarded by Brooke Bailey. Swings it to Peyton Jones. Jones looking for some help. Now driving baseline. Jones' floater, no good. And that ball, goes out of the hands and out of bounds of Reese Armstrong. She ran into, I think, Brooke.
I'm not sure at all how that's Alliance's ball.
I was going to say it was off of Reese Armstrong. But I guess we missed something as, that ball way up the court. Somehow brought down by Addison Weber. And now the Lions can get reset with 4:05 left to go. Maybe being gifted an opportunity if they can make a bucket. As Brooke Bailey swings it to Armstrong. She drives on the baseline. Armstrong in some trouble. Back out to Benzel. Blocked by Nora Whirl. And that's picked up by J.C. Fox, and a foul called against Benzel. That's a player that can give a few fouls, but both teams in terms of team fouls now at 4. Second team foul, second personal foul for Benzel. 4th team foul, so now both teams one away from the bonus. With 3:51 in a close game like this, it gets even tougher when it comes to these foul calls. They hurt even more. So both teams need to be aware of that. Douglas, guarded one-on-one by Brooke Bailey. Douglas stepping back with 19 seconds, picking her dribble up, needing some help. Gets it to Nora Whirl. Whirl, bounce pass down low to Fox. In and out of her hands, but she collects it. And a travel called by J.C. Fox. You can't start falling away and, losing your pivot foot. That's exactly what she did trying to pass the ball, and you'll get dinged for it every time.
And Hannah Benzel coming out of this basketball game. Now she's getting a big ovation after her huge team-leading 10 points off the bench.
Yeah, in the second half as well, exactly when Alliance needed those buckets. She was able to come off and produce that spark plug of instant offense. Lonick on the right wing. Guarded now by Peyton Jones. Picks her dribble up, fires to Weber. Bad read from Addison Weber as that goes out of bounds, intended for Reese Armstrong. And that's a turnover for Alliance. With 3:15 left to go, a 35-29 lead. As Peyton Jones now up the court with the ball. 3:09 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull scoreboard. We meet you where you're at, help you get to where you want to be. Peyton Jones wide open for a corner 3, way off the mark. But Josie Douglas might be able to collect the rebound. No, it's picked up by Brooke Bailey. Bailey with great effort strips it away from Josie Douglas, and a timeout called by Alliance. I mean, that's just effort outworked right there from Brooke Bailey, just stripping it, out-efforting Josie Douglas in the full court. And unfortunately for North Platte, a costly mistake. And it's only a now 4-point lead for North Platte High School with 2:52 left to go in this fourth quarter.
Baxter, I mean, that was a very impressive track down by Brooke Bailey. I mean, she had the disadvantage in the distance
by
to that
a couple of steps
ball,
even.
At least 4 or 5 feet, and she hustled to that loose ball, and that's a result with a bucket. And within 5 points here, I mean, it's only 2:52 left in this game, but it feels like it's still anyone's game.
It really does feel like it's anyone's game, but right now, the way that the effort and the energy is going, you can feel the frustration from North Platte's side, and it's causing them to make too many mistakes and miss too many shots. And because of that, Alliance, who has found their momentum in the second half, is now the team that you feel like is in control right now.
Yeah, they certainly do. And I mean, Hannah Benzel, who's been the best offensive option, she's back on the bench. So how is this group of 5 on the floor going to kind of fill what she was able to do offensively in this game? Brittany Lonnick's done a nice job in her place coming in.
And both teams at 4 fouls apiece. So one foul goes into the bonus. And if you are Alliance, you don't want to see that because North Platte tonight has been the better free throw shooting team outside of someone like Hannah Benzel, who is perfect right now. As Jones around the perimeter, didn't get the screen from Ava Franzen. Swings it to Fox. Fox to Burke, who has checked in with her 4 fouls. Fox and Franzen check in. Now Fox is in some trouble, or excuse me, Burke's in trouble. Feeds it to Peyton Jones, guarded by Weber, and there's a foul by Addison Weber. And, you know, we just talked about it. Should not put teams into free throws. And with 2:31, North Platte will go to the line with Peyton Jones, who so far this season has been the best free throw shooter for North Platte High School. Let me pull up her free throw statistics this season as first one's up and in. As Nora Worrell will now check into this ball game. 36-31. Jones makes another 6-point lead, and oh, well, just like that, Jake, we're going the other way for free throws as Peyton Jones off the inbounds swipes the ball away from Addison Weber, and now both teams are at 5 with 2:30, and the shenanigans now begin. But the problem is, that's now player number 4 that is out on the floor right now that has 4 fouls for North Platte. Douglas, Franzen, as well as Burke and Peyton Jones.
North Platte might finish this game with 5 reserves on the floor, or at least 4
well,
if Alliance plays it right.
The funniest thing is we had that game last season against McCook, and we still came away with the victory. So it's happened before, but we are trending in a direction that I am not too happy with, and most certainly head coach Tyson Hammond not happy with is, oh boy, Brooke Bailey with a big miss on the second one, but a lane violation will go against Alliance, so it doesn't really matter. And North Platte now will inbound the ball. 2:30 left to go on our State Farm agent Bobby Holt's scoreboard. 37-32. Both teams in the bonus. So both teams kind of have to be wary. North Platte more in particular with 4 members with 4 fouls. Franzen swings to Jones. Jones gets it to Nora Worrell, and it's, out of her hands, but a foul call down low by Addison Weber. They say she shoved Nora Worrell, and because of that, to the free throw line, Nora Worrell goes. That's number 4 for Bailey now. And that's pretty big. In this case, if Nora Worrell can, just like with Peyton Jones, go 2 for 2. She makes the first one. And really, with 2 teams that have been struggling tonight from the field, free points like this are even more valuable than before.
Yeah, and this is the time of game.
And she misses the second. Now the Dogs need, of course, be careful within the bonus. Quick pass now up to Lonick, right corner, double team. Lonick around the perimeter. Weber now with it, surveys. Brooke Bailey, ball on the floor. Bailey picks it back up, and a jump ball that Nora Worrell will steal away, and the Dogs will have possession with 2:01 left to go. Up by 6, 38-32. On our State Farm agent Bobby Holt's scoreboard, we meet you where you're at, help you get to where you want to be. Franzen on the perimeter now. Quick pass to Burke, and now to Douglas. Guarded one-on-one by Armstrong. In the corner, Burke going baseline. J.C. Burke, she could have gone up with it, no, but passes it back out to Nora Worrell. And with 14 on the shot clock, costly turnover for North Platte as Ava Franzen tried to fire the ball to Josie Douglas, and it was way off the mark. Too quick in terms of the thought of where Douglas was, and a costly turnover with 1:34 left to go. Lonick picked her dribble up and is able to find Weber, top of the three-point line. Back in the corner, they go to Armstrong. Armstrong drives on Douglas in a trap. Back out to the top to Weber. 15 seconds on the shot clock. Lonick now with the ball, picking her dribble up.
Got to get a shot.
I was going to say, with 9 seconds, Weber with it. Into the paint, they go to Krejci. Lonick open for 3. No, off the iron. Fought for. Rebounded by Alliance, and Armstrong for 3. What a bucket for Reese Armstrong. And with 56 seconds left to go, It is now a 3-point lead for North Platte High School and a foul by Addison Weber. I was going to say that is not the time really to be calling that or getting that foul call.
That's bad situational awareness unless you think Jones is missing these free throws.
And she went 2 for 2 just a minute ago, so I don't know if I agree. Again, you're banking on the fact she misses these 2. And for North Platte, that is the best free throw shooter at the line. Well, she misses the first one. Maybe I should just not say a word. And a timeout called by head coach Tyson Hammond. Maybe you should do the last minutes of coverage here.
Does that do an opposite announcer's jinx for you there?
Yeah, that might undo my bad juju. But 38-35 with 50.4 seconds left. It is a 3 away from this game being tied. And where North Platte sat earlier in this game in terms of their lead, you got to be kind of shocked once again. But also for Alliance, you can see it coming. As you said, that Mitchell game, they were trailing double digits going into that fourth quarter, and guess what? They brought it all the way back and won that game.
Yeah, they basically doubled up on the Tigers in the fourth this past Saturday. 13-7 advantage, took that one by a one-possession victory. And you look at the scoreboard right now, that's exactly what they're trying to do here at the Dog Pound again. But the trouble is, with it being already in the bonus, North Platte is in a terrific position because anytime you give up your player defensively, you can just foul and force them to go to the free throw line.
And Alliance again tonight has proven, outside of maybe 1 or 2 players, that they are not shooting the ball well from the charity stripe.
And I was going to say earlier, it's these one-score games. You think about the 0 for 5 start from the free throw line for Addie Weber.
As Jones misses both of them, and there's Addison Weber with the rebound. Again, 3-point game, 38-35 with 45 seconds left to go in the ball game.
Got to get Armstrong a look here.
She hit that last 3, did Reese Armstrong. Lonick with 23 on the shot clock to Armstrong. On the perimeter, bounce pass down low into the paint it goes. Oh, and that's going to be turned over. What a steal by North Platte and Peyton Jones, and a foul by Addison Weber. Peyton Jones got away with it, I think, just barely. She went in there, stripped that ball away, and Josie Douglas goes to the free throw line. That's a 4th foul for Addison Weber. And Josie Douglas will shoot. And these might be crucial free throws, because if Douglas makes 1, it's a 2-possession game at the minimum.
Yeah, it doesn't put the game away yet with 30 seconds, but it makes it very challenging.
Oh, she misses another. She misses, and that's off the back iron. Again, you just need to make 1. As Douglas with a deep breath. Another one. It's no good. And Addison Weber picks it up with 28 seconds to the far side to Krejci. Krejci to Lonick. Lonick now with the ball. Dribbles around Burke. Almost stolen away by Peyton Jones. Into the paint now. Krejci with it. Krejci's hook shot. Wow! It sneaks in. And it's only a 1-point lead for North Platte with 14.4 seconds left to go. I don't know what kind of Houdini magic Krejci did there, but man, oh man, Olivia Krejci with a huge bucket for Alliance.
Yeah, the freshmen in this fourth quarter are making some huge plays. This past Saturday against Mitchell, it was Olivia Krejci that had a huge late fourth quarter bucket to put Alliance up. This one brings it within 1. I mean, these freshmen look poised in this fourth quarter.
Now, the problem is there's 14.4 seconds left, so I would automatically assume once that ball gets subbed in, they're going to be fouling immediately. And you're hoping that it's, well, I can't even say you're hoping it's Peyton Jones because she's missed her last 4.
And the thing is, you have to foul quickly, like you said, but you don't have to necessarily foul instantly because the turnovers in this game, Alliance has been, the worst of the 2
on the
so
receiving
far.
End of it, yeah.
But North Platte has had some tough turnovers as well. And if you can force a 5-second violation or just force something, tough in these sidelines, might fall out of bounds, something like that, you have a chance.
Just don't allow it to be easy. If you foul, it's not the end of the world. Just don't allow that inbounds to be super easy if you're Alliance because, as we said, the turnovers this game have been so much that any which way, and there it is, they're going all 5 in the full court to stop this inbounds from North Platte. As Douglas trying to find an opening. They get it into Peyton Jones. Jones is immediately fouled by Weber, and unfortunately for Addison Weber, that's number 5. So she has to sub out of the game, as she unfortunately has been in the receiving end of all of these fouls down the stretch. And talk about the savior so far of Alliance's game. It's Hannah Benzel who checks in.
And we can say all we want about the fight that Alliance has shown in the third and fourth quarter. North Platte has played a big role in giving this game up with a lot of turnovers and fouls.
The foul trouble has been the most prevalent of the two. Jones makes the first one. That's a big bucket. If she can go 2 for 2, it's a 3 away from a tie at the very least, so Alliance can't win it. And this is probably the biggest free throw of tonight's game. She misses it, and it will be rebounded and staying in bounds with it. Brooke Bailey, 10 seconds. Bailey driving. Bailey losing the ball for a second into a double team. Picked up there by Krejci. Krejci with it. 3 seconds. 2 seconds. Lonick for 3. No, it's off the mark. And that is how this game comes to an end. I mean, it went all the way down to the wire, but in the end, it was North Platte High School who come up with a 39-37 win against Alliance and the Bulldogs. You couldn't have asked for a more spectacular game, and it was a barn burner from start to finish.
That was an electric second half of a comeback from this Alliance team. They did a great job making a comeback against Mitchell this past Saturday. But
almost did it again even.
Yes, but that's the problem, right? You can't build a season on making these double-digit comebacks every single game, especially on your home floor. You have everything, in your favor when you play at home. You've got the crowd. You've got the comfort in your own gym.
Sometimes it's the travel too.
Yeah.
We talk about most teams you'll play is kind of in the area of the Panhandle, but teams like North Platte's got to travel 3 full hours up here in some pretty bad conditions as well. So it's an elongated travel. So you have all of it in your favor, and we can play flip that coin 50-50. It lands which way, but those first free throws of the game where they went 0 for 5 were the difference maker. And again, it's crazy it's tough to just nitpick it all and say like, oh, it just falls upon that, because both teams had plenty of opportunities to put it away. But it really does boil down to those easy points costing you in the end.
Yeah, it wasn't on one player tonight. I mean, we talked a little bit about some of the missed free throws from Addie Weber, but the impact that she made rebounding the basketball. I mean, she had almost double-digit rebounds tonight. A little bit of a quiet offensive night from her, but the activity she had inside defensively, grabbing rebounds off the glass and moving it ahead in transition. It was, I think, even maybe more or at least tied with the missed free throws was the turnovers. Throwing the ball out of bounds, throwing the ball into the hands of the defender. That's where this Alliance team, we see the potential, right? We see them put points up on the board, but you can't keep giving the ball away. You got to value it more.
Unfortunately, it's the free stuff that have been costing them. The free throws early on, those free opportunities offensively where they did give up points off turnovers and really costly open court turnovers. I think that's the problem. Again, we talked about it's fine if they're dead ball turnovers. Don't really have to fret it too much because you can at least get on defense. These were open court turnovers. These are open ball turnovers that just unfortunately cost them so much momentum in that first half, because we saw in the second half they were finally able to calm down and to a degree cut down on the turnovers. But the first half was just so bad in terms of the sheer quantity of turnovers that you really couldn't find a rhythm. And just like with those free throws, it cost them in the end because those might have been points that were taken off the board because of it.
And I'm sure Coach Foster, when they look at the breakdown of this game, their eyes are going to go directly to that second quarter. I mean, almost no offensive production from anyone in that second quarter. You go into halftime with almost no momentum. You do a terrific job in the second half of clawing back into this game, being physical, drawing fouls, taking advantage of it. And you got to give credit to Hannah Benzel in her sophomore season here at high school level. She puts up 10 points off the bench in very efficient numbers, plays good defense, grabs a few rebounds, and I have to imagine after a performance like this, she might have another chance tomorrow at Hot Springs with some more action on the floor.
Yeah, you probably will. I bet your bottom dollar on that one. She'll be getting some more playing time. But let's step aside, take a break. Quick stop post-game show here on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and of course video live streaming on our Cedar Room live stream, NorthPlattePost.com. Head coach Tyson Hammond will also be up in a little bit to talk with us about this game and really what his thoughts about it. We'll also be back to give you the stats in just a few on FM 98.1 and AM 1410.
Personalize
personalized care with one goal, to keep you moving and enjoying life. Dr. Anthony Martin is now seeing patients at Great Plains Health Orthopedics, fellowship trained in hand and upper extremity surgery. Dr. Martin treats carpal tunnel, tennis elbow, arthritis, and trauma fractures throughout the body and is fluent in Spanish. Schedule today at 308-568-3800.
Your health is our mission. Great Plains Health. We're always open right around the corner. Quick Stop. With your 24-hour convenience store. Fast, friendly, no one gets you more. Gas, food, your favorite drink. Get everything you need in a blink. That's why everybody stops at Quick Stop. We're always open right around the corner. Quick Stop.
When the leaves start falling and the temps start dropping, do your windows keep the cold out or let it in? From foggy panes and drafts to cracked or outdated glass, Larry's Glass can help you cozy up your home before winter hits. Repairs, replacements, even custom storm windows. Call Larry's Glass in North Platte today and stay warm, safe, and energy smart all season long. Larry's Glass, 211 West 5th, where quality meets clarity.
Brr, cold mornings are coming and so are the holidays, but you don't have to freeze while your car warms up. At Express AVL, they've got you covered with professional remote start installations. Oh, with one push of a button, you can start your car from the warmth of your home or office. No more icy seats or frosty steering wheels. And while you're there, take advantage of their great holiday sales on speakers, subs, and amps. Stay warm this holiday season by stopping by Express AVL, 1108 Rodeo Road in North Platte, or call today to schedule your install. Express AVL, they'll get your car started and ready for the holidays.
Keeping your company compliant isn't optional, it's essential. That's why businesses turn to P1 Learning, a trusted leader in training and development and part of the Eagle Media family. Our short, engaging video courses cover FMLA, disability regulations, fair labor standards, anti-harassment, and workplace ethics, all designed to keep your people informed and your business protected. Protect your employees, protect your bottom line. Learn how you can stay compliant at learningforteams.com or find us on the Post.
It's the Quick Stop post-game wrap-up. Quick Stop never closes, with 24 locations open 24 hours a day.
Welcome back here to the Dog Pound on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming on our Cedar Room live stream, NorthPlattePost.com. And boy, howdy, what a game that was. Well, a barn burner to the very end as North Platte High School ekes out a close 39-37 win over Alliance and the Bulldogs. I mean, the Dogs had a pretty comfortable 15-point lead going into that second half, and unfortunately, turnovers, costly mistakes were the reason that North Platte High School fell apart in that second half and allowed Alliance to come back in, but down the stretch, Peyton Jones with some big free throws, and the Dogs were able to fend off this Alliance squad. Let's get to some quick scoring for North Platte High School. Peyton Jones ended the night with 13 points to go along with those 2 rebounds. 6 points for Annalise Terry off the bench. Nora Whirl had 7. 6 for Josie Douglas, and then 4 for Jay Seberg in the losses. Joined here by head coach Tyson Hammond. Coach, it's good to see you. I know the motto is a win, but that was a very, very tough second half for your team after what had been a promising first half of play. Some big costly mistakes in the second half, allowing Alliance to get back, but you still held on and picked up a victory.
I thought we played defensively really, really well in the first half. I thought we came out in the third quarter and we had chances to put them away, and we missed too many easy shots. I don't think it was so much about mistakes. We just didn't finish plays at the hoop, and that's part of what we got to keep getting better at. Is we made a lot of really good plays in the third and early fourth quarter that just didn't finish in points. And then after we didn't get some of those, then we got a little bit tentative. And you got to give Alliance credit. They threw some shots in. Like, they started making some shots, and momentum is a real thing in high school basketball, and made shots do that. So I told our girls, like, all wins are good wins, especially when you're learning how to do it, because we're learning how to play together, how to win games, and I thought we did a great job of still holding on and finding a way to win.
I think a crucial takeaway as well, you won a game really not shooting the ball well, as you talked about, the opportunities that just looked like they might have gone in from some buckets that just, in the end, just didn't fall through. So the fact that you can, maybe take away that this team can grit away a victory even if things aren't going your style, it's a good feather in the cap, because there's going to be nights like this where, you're not going to be able to hit the shots like we did against South Sioux City, or the offense is not going to be humming on all cylinders. And for a young team like that to see this early on, I think that's crucial for their development.
Yeah, it's why we start and end everything with defense. That's who we are, and that's what we have to do, because no matter what you do, defense travels, and you can always hang your hat on that. The nights where you make shots, defense is easy. The nights where you're missing shots, it's hard, but that's who you got to be. And like I said, I thought we did a good job of continuing to play good defense and rebounding. We got in a little bit of foul trouble, and that hurt us. We got to be a little bit smarter. We're always going to be aggressive, and there's going to be fouls. We just can't have the silly ones. We got to do a better job of being smart and not giving away fouls early, because I think sometimes we don't think foul 1 and foul 2 are all that important, but then all of a sudden foul 3 and 4 come, and they should have just been 1 and 2.
Yes.
And that's just part of what we got to learn, is you can't have the silly ones, because when you give a couple away, they always come back on you.
And you talk about it like the aggression stayed from start to finish until it got to those foul issues in the late portions, but a lot of the foul calls didn't come off of your over-aggression. It was just those silly little things, which is encouraging, because it's not like that you're seeing the team overextend past the aggressive limit. It's just an easy thing to say, hey, don't follow through when you're trying to block, because that's basically a guaranteed foul 10 out of 10 times. It's these small little things that are easy to adjust, instead of being like, hey, I need you to reel it back, because that's always the toughest thing, asking a team that wants to play aggressive to reel it back, when that's kind of what they've been taught to do.
And that's what we work on every day, is being aggressive defensively. Like I said, you can't back off of that. You just got to learn how to play with it. And those are things that hopefully we're going to keep learning as we keep going here. And they're way more fun to learn when you win.
Yeah, of course. I was going to say, we talk about how losses could be the real learning metric, but when you're taking away some big learning thoughts after a W, it just feels even better, because you know that even at your toughest performance, or not your best, you're coming away with victories. Means when everything clicks like it did against South Sioux City, it's even sweeter. And again, that's now 2 in a row for your team, 2-and-run heading into another road game. Quick turnaround tomorrow against Hastings. What are some of the things, we talked a little bit about it, but a big overarching thing you want to focus on driving back home tonight that the team needs to focus on to make it 3 in a row tomorrow versus Hastings?
They're going to have to sleep. I don't know how this ends up being our schedule, but we turn around and play at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
I know.
In Hastings, our varsity game's first. We're going to get back at 2-something in the morning, and we're going to be back on the bus at 11:45. So, we're going to eat some food here, and we're going to watch the boys' game, and, we're going to tell them to get some rest. We have a scouting report they'll be able to look at and see, but more than anything, they need to get some rest on the way home, and then we got to get up in the morning and be refocused on what we're going to do, because, tonight, that's trying to get that focus in there tonight's not going to probably be a realistic goal. So, but making sure we get some rest on the way home, and we got a nice charter bus here, so we'll be able to hopefully get some sleep, and then tomorrow morning we head to Hastings, and we got to be ready to go again. All games are tough when you play Class A, Class B teams. Everybody's good. Everybody's going to know what you're doing and have ideas on how they want to stop it, and you got to be focused and ready to play. So we'll get there in the morning.
As you said, every team's a tough team. Coach, as always, thank you so much for stopping on by. It was a pleasure to see you. Safe travels back tonight, and we'll hopefully see a W tomorrow for you guys. Head coach Tyson Hammond here on our Quick Stop post-game show. That was our La Casa Del Rio's coaches interview. I am so sad that I'm not home, because I can't go to La Casa Del Rio, which makes me sad because I love La Casa Del Rio. If there was one place I would love to go after a dog victory, it is La Casa. I'm a big believer in the Mexican food after a W. It may not sit well afterwards, but I'm telling you, whoo, that's some good soul food for the stomach. La Casa Del Rio, tradition is served with every bite. For years, families have gathered around their tables to enjoy the rich Mexican flavors. Bring your family, taste the flavors of Mexico, and be a part of the story at La Casa Del Rio's 1911 East 4th, open Tuesday through Saturday, 11 to 8 p.m. Well, Jake, We're only a couple minutes away from the start of boys basketball, so we'll step aside real quick. When we come back, Alliance boys taking on North Platte boys. Once again, both teams 1-1. It's time. Let's get it. Let's see another if the first game was something to tell us about how this night's going to go, I can already tell we're going to be in for quite a doozy. So we'll have that boys game when we come back here to the Dog Pound on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and of course, live streaming on our Cedar Room live stream at NorthPlattePost.com.
Hey, high school students, why wait to start college when you can begin transforming your future for free? Mid-Plains Community College is now offering free tuition for dual credit and early entry classes beginning this fall. Get ahead, save money, and transform your future while in high school. Talk to your high school guidance counselor or visit our website at mpcc.edu. That's mpcc.edu. Students are responsible for all course-related fees and must attend a Nebraska high school or Nebraska homeschool to qualify.
Ho, ho, hold your horses, folks. It's Christmas time at Town & Country Western Wear. Why fight the hustle and bustle when you can shop local and have fun doing it? They've got sales changing weekly on everything from boots and jeans to hats, coats, jewelry, and more. Gifts for everyone from the ranch hand to the rodeo queen. So crank out the Christmas tunes and shop where Santa buys his boots. Town & Country Western Wear, between the ones in North Platte.
Town & Country Western Wear.
This is Shad Lantis, Ag Lender with Equitable Bank. We understand the importance agriculture plays in our state and local communities. We believe in developing relationships with our customers and investing the time to understand their operations. At Equitable, your success is our success. Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hometown banking with hometown people. Equitable Bank.
Hands of Heartland has offered support and services for those with developmental disabilities in Nebraska since 1998 and is now bringing those services to the North Platte area. Residential services, respite services, community services, and even day services. Hands of Heartland offers a full array of services from 24-hour supports to just a few hours per week. Learn more today online at handsofheartland.com. That's handsofheartland.com. Hands of Heartland, providing creative opportunities to live and grow.
The following is an Eagle Media Sports presentation. North Platte High Sports on NorthPlattePost.com, FM 98.1 and AM 1410 are brought to you by
Justin Thompson Agency, American Family Insurance, Hands of the Heartland, La Casa del Rios, Dave's Place, Cole Jonathan with High Street Insurance.
North Platte will reset the offense. Eli Broman steps back for three in the corner again. That is 3 threes for Eli Broman today. 9 points, and a timeout going to be called by Alliance.
Al's Lock and Save, State Farm Agent Bobby Holtz, Bill Summers Ford Honda Nissan, Great Plains Foot and Ankle, The Fortify Group, Larry's Glass, Shelter Insurance Agents Pete Boltz and Brett Rogo, Puro Clean.
Now to Gans. Gans. Oh, that's going to be stolen by Kamensky. Kamensky up the court now with it. Having Kamensky Euroing up for the layup.
Oh, with a left-hand scoop. Great Plains Health. Great Plains Health Sports and Therapy. Jay Engel with Farm Bureau Financial Services. Runza. Double Dips. Merrick's Ranch House. Mid-Plains Community College. Szechuan Famous Food and Sushi Bar. The Cedar Room.
Here's the voice of the Dogs, Paxton Gordon.
Welcome back here to the Dog Pound, FM 98.1, AM 1410. Video live streaming on our Cedar Room live stream, NorthPlattePost.com. Paxton Gordon here, Jake Schranz sitting right beside me as we get you prepped for the second of the 2 games today. This time, North Platte High boys basketball battling Alliance and the Bulldogs. Both teams 1-1. Mitchell was the team Alliance beat last Saturday. North Platte topped South Sioux City 54-45, and I know we're taking down on our quick stop pregame show, but for North Platte, Jonathan Ranke has been a man on a mission to start this season, had a double-double in his last game against South Sioux City in what had been a just crazy performance. 16 rebounds for Jonathan Ranke to go along with 28 points as well. he really has transformed into, early on here in these first 2 games, the lead dog scorer and really the focal point of their offense for a team last season that didn't really have a focal point for their offense. Only had 2 wins last year for North Platte High, and for it to be Jonathan Rinke to come out and establish himself early as that guy, it's pretty big. And going up against a team like Alliance that has kind of already had that established guy for a long time in Espen Lonick, it's going to be quite a battle we're going to be seeing here between these 2 teams.
Paxton, we could legitimately see 2 different guys in this game put up 20-plus. Espen Lonick.
Which one for Lonick? Are we talking field goals? Are we talking shots? Or are we talking points? Could be both.
It could be both. I mean, Espen Lonick, he's up over 20 points per game in both games this season. And I don't see a reason why we should expect that should stop here tonight. I think this is going to be a tough game for Alliance, and they're going to need another heavy dose of Espen Lonick out there on the floor.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what Espen Lonick can do, because he has, for many years now, been that focal point for Alliance. They were a really good team last season, and that was just, Espen Lonick being the focal point of that team. That team in general was really, really good. And honestly, still even now, they're the same good team. Not much has changed in the field of how this team plays together. And it started off rough against Gehring, a 79-64 loss, but can't let that loss fool you. Just how not only deadly this team is just from an Espen Lonick standpoint, but just the areas of the court that they can just pick you apart from. Doesn't matter if it's from the three-point line down to the paint. They have different ways that they can just eat you alive from start to finish.
Yeah, they do. And I think something that we knew coming back, a guy like Creighton Fritzler was going to be an impact player, a starter last year at times. But he had almost a triple-double against Mitchell this past Saturday. He had, I believe, 7 assists and 7 rebounds to go along with 16 points. So if he can produce another game like that where he impacts it so much on 3 different facets of the game, he can really raise the ceiling of what Alliance is able to do.
That is a stat stuffer in the best ways possible. The way that he's able just to do so much from where he not only score, but I think the important part is facilitating, because rebounds can be I hate to say an empty stat here in high school, but you can really get some games where you get some rebounds. It's the facilitating part that's super interesting. To see the way that he is able to find open guys for easy buckets is a scary thing if you are North Platte, who is a team that is struggling, I'm going to say struggling, but, comes into today facing a South Sioux City team that really wasn't good, and then a Norfolk team which you got boat race, unfortunately, buying that first game of the season. And honestly, it was on their own fault for just turning the ball over, just like we talk about all the time, turning the ball over too much.
Yeah, and rebounding today is going to be big. You've talked about Rinke's impact as one of the bigger players, but you look at the junior, Jake Kincaid, second on the team in rebounding at over 8 per game. And if he can help fill in when Rinke isn't able to get down there, or when Alliance puts 2 bodies on him and he's just completely out of the play, that could be huge to get second chance opportunities, get extra chances.
Kincaid is your bully ball guy. Rinke is your athletic big man who is just can jump out of the building and really has good positioning. Your bulldog there is Jake Kincaid, and he's had some foul trouble to start the season in some of these games, which has honestly limited his overall minutes total. But if you're looking for a guy who can go one-on-one, bully for bully, there's no better guy than Jake Kincaid. And that's also scary about North Platte. They can beat you also from really anywhere on the court with different styles. This team, while not shooting so far well from beyond the arc, they got a lot of guys that can do that. Logan Hayes is one. Caleb Odell, who'll be off the bench. That flamethrower, microwave three-point scorer has not looked good in terms of percentages from the beyond the arc, but he is their focal point three-point shooter. So it's going to be tough for both defenses, just because you're having to ask a lot for both sides to be able to guard correctly today, because where do you start focally? It depends maybe where Lexton Salcedo is going to be, if he's going to be playing, because he's been out for a little bit with a back injury, if I remember correctly. So if he's in, this defense is going to be tough for either side.
Yeah, it's looking like we were wondering about the injury for Jaden Guerra, and it looks like Nason Thompson is drawing the start tonight in favor of Guerrera. So we were told that he was potentially at least limited, if at all, in the lineup today. So the Lions will be without, again, their starting projected center going into this season as he kind of deals with that lingering injury. So Nason Thompson and another front court member in Riley Best for Alliance. He's going to come off the bench when Jaden Guerra isn't able to come in and provide that secondary big man role. If you need someone out there to throw some fouls on some of the bigs for North Platte, that's what Riley Best can do.
I was going to say, if there was one guy that you can circle on as just relief foul, because again, we don't know what Jaden Guerrera is going to be able to play with. That backs are a funky thing when it comes to basketball, especially for bigs, because you don't know when it's going to seize back up again. So for a team like North Platte that has established itself like it has been, with predicated on the way that they can just beat you up down low, you're going to need all the guys you can get to stop the big boys. As Ranky now with the ball here on the right wing. Ranky driving into that post. Jonathan Ranky spinning, kicking out in the open, and that ball is going to be picked up somehow on over to Smeltzer for a corner three. Jarrett Smeltzer's in and out, rebounded by Logan Hayes and fouled from behind. Smeltzer with a good look in the corner, and it's an offensive rebound for Logan Hayes before in the back, Trevor Zern off the rip, fouling Logan Hayes, and now Hayes at the free throw line to shoot two.
I got to say, that looked like a potentially clean block from Zern as he rose up to try to send that second chance shot back, but officials saw it differently.
As Logan Hayes will miss the first free throw, averaging 5 points a game. Had a little quiet spell to start this year. He'll miss the second one as well. And we're going to have a foul against Jonathan Ranky. As I'm going to lose my pen. Jonathan Ranky picks up his first foul off of the free throw.
That's a brutal foul to take right there, Paxton. Just a pointless one to take.
I was about to say, if there's one thing that coaches hate is initially off the rip, a foul and a costly turnover by Alliance. As a bad feed from Trevor Zern out of bounds. And just like that, nothing, the lead on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard as we're all tied up with 7:36 left to go. As Jonathan Ranky up the court now with it. Ranky hands it off to Jake Kincaid. Kincaid into the lane, steps back out, and the offense resets. Smeltzer, right wing with it now. Smeltzer gets the screen from Ranky, passes it back. Ranky spot up three from straightaway center. Jonathan Ranky gets the first three for North Platte, and it's 3-0 the lead on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. As a double team in some trouble, they somehow get that ball to Zern, and a foul will be called against North Platte.
Wow.
Ooh, that's two quick fouls for Jonathan Ranky. And because of that, we're going to see Jonathan Ranky check out for Reed O'Brien, and that is a big early turn of events in this game because
it's 2 fouls in 53 seconds.
I was about to say, we talked about how crucial Jonathan Ranky has been to this North Platte offense to start the year, leading the team over 20 points, and now he's already out of the game with 2 quick fouls. Lonick into the lane, Euro stepping, no good, and a foul will be called on the floor.
And that's what Espen Lonick can bring to your offense. He's such an impactful shooter that teams have to close out so hard to him. And when he can drive the closeout, get in the lane, that's where his scoring becomes dangerous.
Jake Kincaid picking up his first foul, and that's a free throw for Lonick that is good. As Espen Lonick now gets on the board for the first time today. Another free throw up and in from Lonick. The Bulldogs' leading scorer for Alliance continues with his first 2 points. Sam Euling back to Jared Smeltzer. So the Dogs need somebody to ignite this offense with Ranky out. Smeltzer, top of the three-point line. Thought about passing to Euling, but now takes it over and finally gives the ball up. Kincaid in the corner. He'll spot up for three. Short, very short. And now the other way comes Alliance off the rebound from Nason Thompson. 3-2 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull scoreboard favor North Platte High. Zern swings over to Lonick. Lonick drives on Sam Euling. Euling with some good defense. On Lonick, balls in the open court. Picked up by Jared Smeltzer. Smeltzer one-on-one. Up he goes. No, misses the shot. Picked up by Reed O'Brien. It's up and in, and they count it. Reed O'Brien off the miss gets the bucket. And it's 5-2 now, the lead for the Dogs, and another foul against Alliance. Their second team foul.
Yeah, that one's on Braden
first.
Clark.
It's Braden Clark, his first foul.
That was a tough finish for Reed O'Brien. I mean, he took a shot up high from behind.
And you want to talk about a guy that needed to come in and kind of set himself up as the team player. As that is, you said, Braden Clark picking up. You're talking about a guy that needed to sub in and set the tone early there. How about Reed O'Brien with a bucket to, again, spelling Jonathan Rinke, who's on the bench with 2 fouls early on. And O'Brien makes the free throw. It's 6-2. The lead now for North Platte. Zern on the near sideline, picking his dribble up. Zern gets the ball up the court to Thompson. Thompson in the corner to Lonick. Lonick to Zern. Man, he is wide open for 3. He misses it on the floor, and a foul is going to be called, and that might go.
It's Clark again.
Yeah, I was going to say, that is Braden Clark, and that's 2 quick fouls for Braden Clark now. So there's another key member of the team getting foul trouble. That's the 3rd team foul. As into the ball game now comes Riley Best. Probably subbing in a little earlier than you were thinking about, and North Platte leading 5-2. Trying to break down this full court press. O'Brien. Oh boy, that's over the head of Jared Smeltzer, and a turnover as Reed O'Brien got a little too amped up. And this was the problem for North Platte against Norfolk. They got a little too sped up in that game, and it had costly ramifications with too many turnovers. And that's really how North Platte fell out of that game before it even started. But they lead 6-2. Lonick into the lane, floats one over Kincaid, no good. Rebounded by one, Logan Hayes. Good defense from Jake Kincaid. Smeltzer, quick stop. The offense to Kincaid down low. Kincaid, oh, I thought Riley Best had ball, but they're going to call a foul against Riley Best. It's a tough situation to be in. I thought Best had his hand on the ball, but that's another foul. Into the free throw line, Jake Kincaid goes. 6-2 the lead on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull scoreboard, but he does miss the first free throw. As Kincaid gets set for number 2. Again, averaging 8 rebounds a game, just 2 shy of Reinke. He'll make his second attempt. 5-point lead for North Platte High School here with 5:29 left to go. This first quarter. Best into the lane. Up he goes down low, and it's tipped out of bounds by North Platte. He got a good look, Riley Best did, making his defender jump and tried to dish it down low to Nason Thompson, but a trailer, Logan Hayes, tipped it out of bounds, and it's an inbound now for Alliance. Lonick thought about getting to Zern, throwing it all the way out to the perimeter. And now Alliance can reset. Oh, that ball on the floor picked up by Best. Lonick, top of the line. He'll fire a big 3. Yes. Espen Lonick. You talk about probably one of the hottest shooters and could be best shooters here in the Panhandle. Espen Lonick's name gets brought up immediately, and it's 8-5 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. Should be 7-5 as Smeltzer into the lane. Good wall of defense of white jerseys there to stop Smeltzer, and Hayes with 13 behind the back. Hayes penetrates. Hayes shot is up. It's no good. And now the other way comes Alliance, as maybe they could tie the game up here. Oh, out of bounds. Oh! And a foul against Jake Kincaid. Swiped the ball away. As I was going to say, that's Creighton Fritzler out there, wearing number 32. Now, I don't know if that score is correct. I think Kincaid missed one free throw, so it should be 7-5.
Should be, yeah.
I was going to say, I'd hope I was correct on that one. As Fritzler, the perimeter, guarded for a freshly checked in Caleb Odell. Bounce pass to Zern. Zern dishes out. Oh, Smeltzer got away with a foul. I was going to say, Smeltzer got away with a reach-in foul, but doesn't matter as Nason Thompson able to make the shot. And it's 8-7 on the scoreboard. Officially should be 7-7 as Jake Kincaid misses an easy layup. And the other way comes Alliance. Zern to the far side now, kicks to Lonick in the corner. Lonick drives past Logan Hayes, shot is up. And an offensive charge against Espen Lonick. What a crazy start. I thought with maybe a little bit of time off, we can calm a little bit down on the fouls, but now we're with 4:11 left to go in this first quarter. Both teams are at 4 fouls apiece as a team, as Riley Best will check out. And checking in comes Devin Graham. Up the court now, Logan Hayes with it, guarded by Lonick. Hayes going to the rack. Hayes, up he goes! Logan Hayes with a big bucket. Dogs increase their lead as Fritzler the other way. Fritzler bounce pass down low to Thompson. Thompson's difficult shot is off the mark as there's a foul against Caleb Odell as he tried to go one-on-one with Creighton Fritzler. And that's a mistake for Odell. So according to our score sheet, it should be 9-7 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard instead of 10, but we will adjust the score right now to 10 to accurately represent what the screen says. But to the free throw line goes Creighton Fritzler, and he makes the first one. As into the game, Reed O'Brien now is in, as Jake Kincaid will get a rest. As also checking in, Lexton Salcido for Alliance. What a way this game has started off for either squad. A miss and a rebound for Sam Ewing. 10-8 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard with 3:47 left to go this opening quarter. O'Brien thought about the shot, but passes it back. And an open three now for Caleb Odell. There's the flamethrower, three-point shooter for North Platte. He starts off 1 for 1 with a three. It's 13-8 now. That's the one guy you cannot leave open if you are Alliance. He is a deadly perimeter shooter. As there's going to be an offensive charge. I believe that's Creighton Fritzler.
Yeah, setting that screen, just leaning a little bit too far outside of his zone.
And because of that, first foul for, they actually have that listed as Devin Graham who picked up the foul. That's the first. And now both teams are in the bonus with 3:26 left to go. Boy, we didn't get to the bonus until quarter number 3 last game, and here we are off the rip. 13-8. Jarrett Smeltzer top of the three-point line with the ball. Now fires to Sam Ewing at the left elbow. Ewing jab stepping, drives on Lonick, spinning. Ewing, he fades with his shot. Wow, what a big bucket there for Sam Ewing. Espen Lonick, he couldn't ask for any better defense, and Ewing just made the difficult shot. 15-8 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. Now with that shot, Salcido's no good, and Reed O'Brien rips it away for the rebound. And now North Platte the other way. I've been impressed with the Dogs and how they're operating offensively without Jonathan Ranke. As Smeltzer fades and airballs the ball, here comes a fast break for Alliance now. Lonick transition three, no good, and it's plucked out of the air by Sam Ewing. Excuse me, that's Logan Hayes who plucks it away. Both teams trying to quick trigger their shots in. But the Dogs lead 15-8 with 2:25 left to go in this first quarter. Logan Hayes driving now in. Hayes, up he goes. Logan Hayes with a difficult bucket over Devin Graham. Again, you couldn't have asked for better defense. And a timeout called by Alliance and the Bulldogs. North Platte up 17-8 over Alliance. And this is without Jonathan Ranke, who got 2 quick fouls 50 seconds into the game. And North Platte has been moving early on.
Yeah, they've been getting downhill with some physicality when they get inside to the rim, but then it's the three-point shooting too. You had the Rinky three to start things off, and then Caleb Odell, like you said, had that wide open look in the corner and splashed it home. But it's been a balanced offense as North Platte has 6 different guys who have already scored in this first quarter. There's not really been that primary, I think because Rinky's been off the floor, but they've done a great job supplementing his scoring.
Yeah, that was my conversation. I've had this with my co-commentator Jeff Smeltzer plenty of times. You know, we know that Jonathan Rinke is going to be that main focal point offensively. It's about who's going to be that secondary guy that's going to step up. And so far through these 2 games, it's been a more balanced approach offensively to who that guy is. I know Caleb Odell leads the way with 7 points right now, second on the team. But honestly, through the roster, they just balance it out as we've seen so far so well. There is no second guy that has clearly stepped out at the moment as Hayes tips it away. And again, we talked about Alliance being a team that can score anywhere on the court. North Platte can do just the same, and they're proving it right now. As Alliance, I was going to say, bringing out zone defense, North Platte is, again, a very man-heavy team, the Dogs are. As Lonick thought about the three, kicks to Fritzler in a double team. Open shot, Salcedo balances it down low. Back out they go to Fritzler for three from straight away. No. Good strong rebound by Jaden Guerrera. And we talked about Guerrera if we were going to see much time from him. And with Jonathan Rinke out of the game, there's the one guy that's going to profit very well from this matchup. As actually, correction, Jonathan Rinke just checked back in with 1:30 left to go. In the corner now, Logan Hayes with it. Hayes to Ewing. Ranky, man, he is open. He'll pull a quick trigger three. Oh, off the iron, no good. And there's Guerrera with the rebounds.
It's already 2-2 for Guerrera in about 1 minute.
Again, he was out last game with a back injury, back in today. Lonick, man, he is wide open for three. And Lonick misses the shot, and it's out of bounds. I would say off of Reed O'Brien, but the officials will say it's off of Devin Graham, and North Platte will take over, leading 7 points with 1:08 left to go here in this first quarter, 17-10. And now Sam Ewing will get the ball from Logan Hayes, and up the court, North Platte High School comes. 59 seconds left to go in this first quarter. Hayes going baseline. Logan Hayes trying to go up and under. He lost the basketball. Oh, and stepping out of bounds there is Lexton Salcedo. So Hayes lost the ball. Salcedo was on the baseline and then just stepped out with his heel. And North Platte will now inbound on the baseline with Jonathan Ranke. Bright green shoes and all. 50.2 seconds left to go. Ranke looking, surveying. Ranke running out of time. Ranke now to Logan Hayes, and for a second straight time, Logan Hayes unfortunately loses control of the basketball, and it's a turnover for North Platte. As into the ballgame now to check in for North Platte, Harper Whitney, the senior. Checking in for Logan Hayes as Hayes will check out. As with 49 seconds, Alliance up the court. Fritzler swings to the near side. Salcedo with the ball. Talonic, guarded straight up by Odell. Fritzler driving baseline on Reed O'Brien. Fritzler bounce pass, open shot for Salcedo to fire, and it's nothing but net for Lexton Salcedo. And if you're going to leave a guy wide open like that for a rhythm three, you always know what's going to go down. And Salcedo makes North Platte pay. And it's 17-13. Ooh, almost a travel from Sam Ewing. Now to Ranke on the left wing. Ranke thought about the three, guarded by Fritzler. Ranke backing down Fritzler. Jonathan Ranke lost the basketball, and it's turned over by Lonick. Lonick picks it up, and then Lonick almost turned the ball over in transition. Wide open in the corner. Salcedo now penetrates into the lane. Shot is up. No good. Guerrera gets the rebound. Guerrera makes the bucket as time expires. And that's how we end quarter number one, a 17-15 lead for Alliance. And there is Jaden Guerrera. Third rebound, it's his second offensive rebound, and he puts it right back up.
Yeah, comes off the bench, plays a couple of minutes at the end of this first quarter. We know he's going to be limited today, but 4 points and 3 boards in those few minutes.
Yeah.
That's the impact that Guerrera is.
Yeah, and that's a guy, again, you got to keep your, I know it's so tough to keep your eye on so many different Alliance Bulldogs members, but that's one guy you most certainly can't lose because of how tall he is, but most certainly cannot allow to get a second chance opportunity. He has 4 points off of the second chance opportunities off of offensive rebounds, and that's one thing that is drilled into your head. No second chance points, no offensive rebounds. And so far for North Platte, Jaden Guerrera getting all of them. Timeout's brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. My thoughts and prayers are, of course, off for Mr. Kevin McGann. And, of course, what has tragically happened over this week with his wife and situation going on there. I think she passed away yesterday. So my thoughts are with you, Kevin. And if I could see you right now, I'd just give you a big bear hug. 17-15 to start quarter number 2 on our State Farm agent Bobby Holt's scoreboard. Alliance will inbound the ball, so this could be a quick 4-point swing if they can get a bucket off this inbounds to start quarter number 2. 17-15 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull scoreboard. We meet you where you're at, help you get to where you want to be. Fritzler on the wing, into the lane he goes, swings out, Guerrera. Now to Salcido, he's at the free throw line. Fritzler drives in on one, Caleb Odell, tough shot. And there is a big bucket with a sea of blue jerseys in his face from Creighton Fritzler. He's got 3 today, and we're all tied up, 17-17. Bounce pass to Ranke in the paint. Jonathan Ranke, up he goes, no good. Fought for and rebounded by Alliance. And now the other way with it, Salcido. Fritzler now with it. He drives on Odell again, picks his dribble up. Oh, it's into the hands of Reed O'Brien. I mean, O'Brien was not expecting that ball to land right where it did, but it's a turnover for Alliance. Now into the lane, putting his head down and kicking out with Harper Whitney to Kincaid. Kincaid from the free throw line, in and out, on the floor is that ball, and it's rebounded. And up the court with it, now comes Alliance and Devin Graham. Graham, wide open shot for Salcido. He makes another. You just cannot leave Salcido open like that. That's now twice in today's game that Lexton Salcido has made a big three. And Alliance, for the first time, leads this game 20-17. Up and under, yes. Harper Whitney gets his first 2 points in today's game. Good to see the senior as driving in. Lonick down low to Guerrera. Ooh, Guerrera falls down as he lost the ball. I think he got tripped up from behind. Is a big substitution for North Platte. Sam Euling, Jarrett Smeltzer, and Logan Hayes check in. But good to see Harper Whitney pick up, I believe, his first points this season. The senior tore his ACL last season versus Omaha Benson at home. Missed all of the rest of football, all of basketball, and all of soccer. So in his last year here in North Platte, good to see him pick up a bucket. Hayes, Euling, and now Smeltzer with it. Smeltzer bounce pass to Jake Kincaid, guarded by Guerrera. Kincaid swings out to Euling. Now to Ranke in the corner. Smeltzer with 14 on the shot clock. Smeltzer lost the ball for a second. He's going up with his shot. He gets the foul as well. It looked a little dicey for a second there from Jarrett Smeltzer as he lost handling of the basketball, but was able to recollect himself, pivot around, and go up for the shot. And then a foul called against Lexton Salcido, his first. That's the first foul of this quarter for Alliance after what was a foul-y first quarter. That was the first foul after 4 minutes and 4 seconds, but Smeltzer misses his first free throw. And now the question, just like last game, how important these free throws going to be down the stretch. So far, Smeltzer 0 for 1. He will make his second, and if you talk to Jeff Smeltzer, Jarrett Smeltzer's one weakness right now is free throws. I'll probably hear a lot of that when I get back home to North Platte. Fritzler now at the free throw line, kicks out. Guerrera trying to find an open man, pivoting around and now dribbles. And Alliance can reset their offense with 16 seconds, a 20-20 game. Tough shot off the mark as Lexton Salcido was looking for a foul, and unfortunately for Guerrera, he almost was able to come down with a rebound, but he tipped it out of bounds and a turnover for Alliance. 5:30 left to go in this first half. Smeltzer slowly up the court, hands it off. They fire to Logan Hayes. Kincaid, right corner. Now to Jonathan Ranke. Jab steps, and in the lane, Ranke goes. Floats one. Oh, that ball's on the floor, and it's rebounded by Espen Lonick. Both sides were looking for a foul and didn't get any of it. Lonick into the paint, on the baseline. Lonick, lot of floats, and he shot. Wow. I don't know how Espen Lonick was able to get that shot over Logan Hayes. You couldn't, Sam Euling, you couldn't have asked for better defense from Euling. He was right in the face of Lonick. He gets his 7th point, but there's Jonathan Ranke in transition. Backing down, I believe. Lexton Salcido actually has Devin Graham in a bucket for Ranke. Oh, on the cut. Graham lost the ball for a second. Man, he had a wide open lane if he caught that ball properly. But now they space out, and Salcido loses the ball. Fritzler getting a screen from Salcido and fires from around the baseline, the free throw line. He misses, and North Platte the other way as Jarrett Smeltzer slowing the pace down up the court to the far side. North Platte with 24 seconds looking to get a good shot. Kincaid, right wing, guarded by Guerrera. Ranke now on the left wing with it, 15. getting a off-ball screen. Bounce pass to Logan Hayes. Hayes, down low. Wham, Jonathan Reinke wide open. He missed the shot, gets the rebound, and puts it back in. We talked about Guerrero with his second chance points, and there's Jonathan Reinke with point number 7 after picking up 2 quick fouls 50 seconds into the first quarter. Lonick, he drives in on Sam Euling. Stops, pops back out. Now in Salcido, hop-stepping. Kicks it back out to Fritzler, and Alliance calling for some screens. Fritzler, bounce pass to Guerrero. Not the cleanest of looks. Graham, he hop-steps. He goes up for the shot, and it's in. No team can really miss right now. And we're tied 24-24 on our State Farm agent. Bobby Holt's scoreboard here in quarter number 2. Kincaid pulling down Guerrero. Hands it off to Jared Smeltzer, and it's in. Beautiful feed from the big man, Jake Kincaid, to a cutting Jared Smeltzer. 26-24 on our State Farm agent. Bobby Holt's scoreboard, and Espen Lonick then on the other side with a quick bucket. We're going bucket for bucket here in this second quarter. It is a high-scoring affair already. And if this keeps up, we're in for a doozy of a game. Hayes hesitates. Hayes on the baseline. Kicks it out. Jonathan Reinke wide open 3. Yes! I don't think anyone's missed in this last 2 minutes. And a timeout called by Alliance and head coach Jordan Mills. Oh my gosh, no team is missing any of these shots, and it's 29-26, the lead for North Platte High School. This is some darn good basketball being played right now.
Yeah, both sides are really showcasing a lot of skill. Inside, outside scoring for Reinke. That's his second made 3 of the night. He's already at 10 points.
And we were talking, and he didn't even play most of that first quarter.
You're right.
He's already at 10.
He averages 23 a game, and that's a big reason why. He can stretch the floor as one of the taller players on the court for North Platte, and that just creates a ton of trouble defensively for Alliance.
Same thing with Espen Lonick, man. He's just diving headfirst into that lane, and his quick first step is getting ahead of North Platte defensively, and that is how it's forcing the Dogs to collapse on him and leaving a guy like Salcido who's wide open to hit a 3. Or if you don't recover in time, he'll just get an easy floater or an easy bucket in the paint.
He is fearless going into the paint. He's not the tallest guy. He's under 6 feet tall, but he
plays
will go
like
head
it, baby.
First. He'll Euro step. He'll hop step in the lane. He can drive with the right hand, even though he's a lefty shooter. That's what makes him so dynamic. He can drive the closeouts and attack you on either side of the court.
This is a crazy game, and we're only 2:45 left to go in this second quarter. Each team is going bucket for bucket right now, 29-26 on our State Farm agent Bobby Holt's scoreboard. Timeouts brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortifying Group. Stop by his location, 621 South Dewey, Suite B. Those are other sponsors for today's game. Hands of Heartland. Hands of Heartland has offered support and services for those with developmental disabilities in Nebraska since 1998, bringing those services to the North Platte area. Checking in now, Trevor Zern for Alliance is a good pump fake from Lennox. Down low to Zern. Oh. Jake, that's just some good basketball right there. A pump fake from Lonick, a beautiful feed to Zern, and it's a 1-point lead for North Platte High School. Now they go down low to Logan Hayes. Hayes one-on-one. Oh, stripped away by Lexton Salcido, and a turnover as it's last touched by Hayes. As had something hit onto the court. So quick timeout from the officials, and now we're back underway. 29-28 in quarter number 2. 2:13 left to go. Zern, jab steps. Salcido. Lonick now on the left wing, guarded by Sam Euling. Guerrero, one-on-one with Reinke. Quick pass out to Salcido. He pumps, throws it, and now around the perimeter, we set the offense up. 15 on the shot clock. Lonick breaking down Euling. Hands it off to Devin Graham. Graham hop-stepping. In the corner, Trevor Zern driving baseline on to Caleb Odell. Shots up, and it's in from Trevor Zern. And now Alliance for the first time takes the lead 30-29. With 1:39 left to go in this second quarter. Reinke pivoting around, looking for some help, and now starts dribbling in the corner. How about a 3 on the way from the Dogs of North Platte, and it's Logan Hayes. Answers back with his bucket, a big one. It's a 3. It's 32-30. Now for North Platte in the lead. 7 points for Logan Hayes. Zern thought about that 3. Now kicks to the corner to Devin Graham. Graham picking up his dribble. Guerrero. Back over to Graham. Graham, he'll pull the trigger. No good. And Guerrero gets the offensive board. Guerrero up and under. And there's Jaden Guerrera on Jonathan Reinke. Second chance opportunity. That's now the 6th point that Guerrera has gotten off of second chance. Smeltzer, was thinking about getting that ball down low to Logan Hayes. Reinke kicks. Wide open three for Odell. No, off the iron. Logan Hayes, strong rebound with a foul. That goes against Lexton Salcido with 44.2 seconds left to go and a fresh 35 going to be put on the clock. Second for Salcido, and honestly the only member that has entered the 2 club besides Jonathan Reinke. As Odell checks out and Jonathan Reinke, Jake Kincaid and Reed O'Brien, the substitutions for North Platte offensively. As Ewing, wide open, I won't shoot that 3, and passes it back to Jarrett Smeltzer with 40 seconds left to go here in this first half. Kincaid breaking down Guerrera, bowling him down, shots up, no good, and rebounded by Devin Graham. That's a tough shot for Jake Kincaid, and head coach Jimmy Pack not happy. And there's a quick shot from Lonick and a foul. That's going to be interesting to see who it's called against.
They got Guerrero there going over the top and over the back.
It was going to be pretty close. Yep, there it is. First foul for Jaden Guerrera. As head coach Jimmy Pack not happy with that last possession. And here comes a full court press for Alliance as Odell checks in.
I'm interested to know why Alliance rushed that possession so much. The shot clock was dark. They could have held for the last shot.
I was going to say, yeah, they had plenty of time, and now North Platte will have to break down this full court press. Great bounce pass to Logan Hayes, and he dribbles to a corner. Hayes back to Smeltzer, and with 16 seconds, now North Platte can set up for that final shot. Again, emphasizing your confusion of why they just didn't try to put that last shot in. Smeltzer with 6 seconds. A big 3 from Odell. Oh! Caleb Odell, he hits a 3. Half-court heave, no good. And we're heading into halftime, 35-32 off of a big from Caleb Odell, and it was going to go the exact same way. Don't know why he shot that ball so early with time still on the clock, but you know what? He made him pay with a big bucket, and North Platte heads into halftime, leading 32-35 on our State Farm agent, Bobby. Whole scoreboard.
Yeah, both these teams kind of mismanaged the clock at the end of the game. That's a shot that, I mean, he shouldn't even have gotten off at the end of this first half. Alliance could have held the ball, took the last shot, and went into the locker room at worst tied.
Yeah.
Instead, they're down 3.
I mean, just the way this game pace of play has been, you can kind of just see a lot of these guys hurrying up just a little bit, you know, thinking that they don't have enough time, or, you know, with how both teams are scoring, you got to score quickly because they're going to score on the other side. So I can kind of maybe see a little bit why they went so quick in that shot clock. But it did bite them in the rear, as you talked about, with a big bucket from Caleb Odell entering the halftime, and North Platte leads 35-32. We come back to the dog pound for our Quick Stop halftime show. 27 locations open 24 hours a day. Quick Stop always open right around the corner.
Looking for a trusted insurance provider with years of experience? Fortify Group is the solution you need. For over 3 decades, we've been serving local farm and ranch customers. But did you know we also provide home, auto, and commercial coverage? As an independent agency, we work with multiple carriers to find you the personalized options and level of protection you need. There's more info at fortifygroup.net, or stop by and visit with me, Kevin McGann, in our new location at 621 South Dewey in North Platte. And as always, rely on Fortify.
Experience the beauty of downtown North Platte and enjoy lunch or dinner at the Cedar Room. The Cedar Room is an unparalleled restaurant experience with this unique atmosphere where modern meets rustic. Enjoy a handcrafted cocktail made with the freshest ingredients by a master mixologist while dining from their delicious American fusion cuisine menu. Make a reservation by calling 308-532-4825 or reserve online at thecedarroomne.com. The Cedar Room, 505 North Dewey in beautiful downtown North Platte.
Personalized care with one goal, to keep you moving and enjoying life. Dr. Anthony Martin is now seeing patients at Great Plains Health Orthopedics, fellowship trained in hand and upper extremity surgery. Dr. Martin treats carpal tunnel, tennis elbow, arthritis, and trauma fractures throughout the body, and is fluent in Spanish. Schedule today at 308-568-3800.
Your health is our mission. Great Plains Health.
This December at Bill Summers Ford Honda Nissan, they're celebrating Merry Miles Ahead with their final drive of 25. Your best chance to wrap up the year in a brand new ride. With powerful trucks to fuel-saving sedans and family-ready SUVs, it's the perfect time to upgrade with incredible year-end savings, flexible financing, and the friendly service you know and trust. They're here to help you enjoy the ride. From their family to yours, they wish you a joyful holiday season and Merry Miles Ahead in 2026. Bill Summers Ford Honda Nissan. Online at billsummers.com.
Merry Christmas!
In a lawsuit, a little extra liability protection can go a long way. I'm Justin Thompson at the Justin Thompson Agency. A personal umbrella policy from American Family Insurance offers $1 million or more of coverage over and above the limits of your auto and home policy. And it's affordable. Contact Justin at the Justin Thompson Agency at 501 South Dewey Street or call 534-2400 today.
American Family Insurance.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Dog Pound, FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming on our Cedar Room live stream, NorthPlattePost.com. Paxton Gordon here, Jake Schrantz sitting across from me as we celebrate Macy's Seabaum night on this fantastic Friday for basketball. You know, we're able to join us earlier. North Platte girls defeated Alliance girls 37-34 in a heater down to the wire. We're currently at the halftime mark of this game for the boys as North Platte leads 35-32 after a last-second shot from Caleb Odell went down and gave the Dogs a 3-point lead. Man, we've been back and forth, and back and forth again. So many times my head is spinning, and if this is how the first half went, and if that's how the second half's going to go, we're in for a all-timer of a game tonight, Jake.
Yeah, it was 17-15 at the end of the first quarter, and then all of a sudden the offenses exploded from both teams. 35-32 at the half. Could have been tied at worst for Alliance, but again, took an early shot, went a little bit aggressive, maybe too aggressive, and it didn't pan out for him. And yeah, you'll take a 3-point deficit. That's not the end of the world, but it's just, I mean, when you think about even earlier tonight, how close of a game that was. Every point matters, and when you give up free ones like that, it can bite you.
Yeah, we saw, we talked about it, and then we didn't know the ramifications of how those points that were missed early by Alliance might have affected them towards the end of the game, and it actually was the game difference. But with the way, and we don't have the stats right now in terms of the overall shooting percentage, but if, again, the thing that's been so crazy about this game is a lot of shots are going up, a lot of shots are going in. I don't think a team has even missed. I think North Platte had maybe one or two misses and Alliance had one or two in that entire second quarter as a whole. And that's really how this game has kind of spiraled into this crazy fest because nobody is missing.
Yeah, and to piggyback off of that, there's only one player in the entire game that's in double figures. That's Jonathan Rinke. He's got a couple of threes made and 10 points to lead North Platte at the half. And everywhere else, it's just been super balanced. That's why the offense has looked so electric.
I mean, you can say the same thing about Alliance. We've talked so many times about how Espen Lonick was going to be that guy. He's that dude that you really have to focus a lot of your effort and attention onto because he can just do so much individually by himself. As Salcido has some 2 big threes. Guerrera has 6 points off of just second chance opportunities alone. I think in total he has 8 in this game, and that's coming off of a back injury where we just don't know how long we're going to be seeing of him in this game so far. So far, he looks really good, so we might be seeing more minutes from him. But just the way this game has gone, possessions are going to matter the most. Really down the stretch, it's about who's going to get that one stop. Because if this game's going to keep going, the ballistic gets going right now from shooting percentage-wise, that one stop might be the difference between the victory and the loss.
I'm going to have my eyes on Guerrera in this second half, especially because that first half, he's happy to be back out on the floor. The adrenaline's kicking. This place is packed. Then you go into the halftime locker room and you kind of sit there and adjust for 20 minutes, and all of a sudden you have to go back out there and be physical.
Yes.
Maybe that break kind of unsettled him a little bit and brought some of the pain back. Who knows? We don't know what he's feeling right now. Hopefully, obviously, he can keep on going. But that's something to follow in this half.
And I think for the second half for North Platte High School, it really focuses around, first off, for Jonathan Ranke, yes, he's leading the way with 10 points. He got 2 quick fouls. He has to pay a little bit of attention to the fouls the rest of the way because so far in this from these 2 games, the refs been pretty quick triggering on those foul calls. So you got to be very aware of it. And with a team like Alliance that is going to just gun it to the paint as often as they do, for a big like Jonathan Reinke, you got to play it safe. Well, I hate to say play it safe. You got a little more aware of your positioning foul-wise. But I think you got to continue just firing those shots. You got to continue to keep that confidence going. And, for guys like Caleb Odell and Jared Smeltzer, those are guys that are just going to always be lights-out shooters. That green light's going no matter how much of a slump they're in. So I'm hoping to see North Platte continue to allow those guys when they are open to continue to shoot or give them actions to cut open. But at the same time, I want to see guys like Logan Hayes continue to get involved offensively. He's looked really good when he's had the ball in his hand. Sam Ewing, I think he has 2 points right now, but I want to see him just a bit more aggressive. Continue with this overwhelming support behind Jonathan Reinke so that you keep Alliance on their toes defensively so they're not tunneling their entire vision on, okay, where's Jonathan Reinke? Put all of your effort onto him because nobody else is making a shot right now.
Yeah, storyline going into this game was who's the secondary option for North Platte. And I think maybe tonight they're showing you don't need, a guaranteed in-ink secondary option when you can get a collaborative effort offensively from the rest of your lineup. I mean, Logan Hayes, 7 points. You've got Caleb Odell, who's hit 2 threes already in the first half, and he doesn't look like he's going to be stopping anytime soon.
No.
So they can all come together and provide the production that would be a quote-unquote secondary option.
Yeah, it fills that hole super nicely, but at the same time, it gives guys that opportunity to get into rhythm if they aren't already feeling it, which is good. And then for a team like Alliance defensively, it's bad because now you're trying to figure out, well, who's that? I mean, the obvious answer is still going to be Jonathan Reinke, but you're sitting there going like, do I dare double Reinke down low and leave a Caleb Odell open, who we know has that quick trigger, or do we leave Reinke one-on-one on an island with Guerrera and then pray that, Guerrera can hold his own, or depending on who it is, it's been Devin Graham a couple of times down there. I've also seen Lexon Salcido kind of get just force rotated on to Jonathan Reinke, but it's a big question of, what are you going to do defensively for Alliance if North Platte continues to shoot the way they are shooting behind Jonathan Reinke?
And again, he makes North Platte such a tough guard because he can space the floor. He's hit 2 threes from the top of the arc, not even in the corner, the shortest three-pointer available.
The longest
He's
part.
hitting the longest ones from a few feet behind the line as well. So his spacing has been huge, but a big storyline to start the second half.
There he is.
I was going to say,
Jaden Guerrera is out there on the floor right now as he is starting for Alliance. And to be honest, I wouldn't have been shocked if we had this conversation before the game, and that's kind of how it wins, if he wasn't feeling any pain. Quickly jump to our Owls Lock and Save keys to the second half for my co-commentator, Jeff Smeltzer. They're playing well. Shots are falling. Must protect the basketball, and that's our Owls Lock and Save keys to the second half as Kincaid in the corner now driving in on Guerrera. Back out to Smeltzer. Jab stepping. Driving in on Fritzler. Jonathan Reinke now with the ball. He'll pull a quick trigger 3 again, and it's in and out. And a good rebound, strong by Creighton Fritzler. And North Platte starts the second half off cold with a miss. And now Alliance, can they answer back? Trailing 35-32. Lonick, quick pass to Zern. Now to Fritzler on the perimeter. Fritzler, top of the three-point line. Around the perimeter we go to Lonick. Lonick gets a screen. Lonick hesitates, kicks. Guerrera, Guerrera going all the way to the rack. And it's in from Jaden Guerrera. And he's immediately making his presence felt, but also for North Platte, a little breakdown defensively as he had a wide open hole to the rack. Nobody there to stop him. Hayes pivoting around. Hayes, no good. Oh, and a foul by Jonathan Reinke. That's number 3 as he collided with Jaden Guerrera trying to grab the rebound.
And that's a presence Alliance hasn't had to start the season. Guerrera on the defensive glass, forcing one and done possessions.
Yes, and again, for Reinke, we talked about the value that he brings. If he's already got his 3rd quick foul, not even a minute into this second half, he's got to be very, very aware of the rest of this game, how he wants to defend things. Fritzler gets a screen from Guerrera. Quick bounce pass down low. Guerrera almost lost the ball. Back out to Fritzler, who now drives in on Logan Hayes at Creighton Fritzler. And Alliance retakes the lead off the Fritzler bucket. He's got 5. It's 36-35. Alliance in front now. Logan Hayes. Oh, he drives baseline right past Zern. Logan Hayes. Easy bucket. Zern caught a little napping in the corner as Logan Hayes drives baseline. That's his 9th point today. As Fritzler backing down Hayes. Picked his dribble up, or lost his dribble, and grabs it, and around the perimeter we go again. In the corner, ooh. Driving in, Trevor Zern. Fritzler pumps once, now drives in on Logan Hayes one-on-one. Fritzler, and a foul for Logan Hayes. Oh, actually, that's a foul against the Lions.
Yeah, they got Fritzler's pivot foot sliding a little bit with that travel.
I mean, that was lucky because that probably was going to end up with a foul for Logan Hayes with him almost landing on top of Creighton Fritzler. Ranke, left wing, bounce pass to Jake Kincaid. He'll pull up for three. Oh, it's money for Kincaid. Guerrero was kind of slacking off a little bit, daring Kincaid to shoot, and Jake Kincaid shot, and Creighton Fritzler lucky that ball tipped out of bounds as he almost turned the ball over, trying to go one-on-one again against Logan Hayes. Creighton Fritzler has been going at Logan Hayes to start this third quarter from basically the drop of the whistle. Lennox from top of the three-point line. Guerrera, easy rebound, easy bucket. Just boxed out. Jake Kincaid had better positioning, and there's that second chance opportunity. Once again, rearing its head. Point number 8 off of second chance opportunities. Euling handing the ball off to Logan Hayes, guarded by Zern, to Kincaid. Kincaid going up on Guerrera, and Guerrera blocks it. But Jonathan Ranke gets the rebound, throwing it all the way up to Logan Hayes. Jared Smeltzer now with it. Back to Ranke. Ranke with 26 on the shot clock. Real no rush to get the offense going. How about Jared Smeltzer? Man, going up and under. Jared Smeltzer! Love the confidence he is playing going into the paint. That was something that was sorely missing last season, but in transition, just like that, a free 2 points for Trevor Zern. The Dogs defense slacking a little bit. How about a almost coast-to-coast take from Logan Hayes? Ball's on the floor, goes out of bounds. Last touched off of Braden Clark. Haven't seen much of Clark today as he had 2 quick early fouls, and now seeing action here in this third quarter. And he turns the ball over, and North Platte with an inbounds on the near sideline. Up it goes to Ranke, and it's blocked by Braden Clark. And he makes up for it immediately on the other end defensively, following his mistake. Zern in the corner. Quick pass to Lonick. Lonick. Oh, beautiful feed to Guerrera. Oh my gosh. I mean, you couldn't have wrote up not only a better play, but a better assist from Espen Lonick. And we're tied 42-42 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull scoreboard. This is some high-level basketball we're watching. Ranke into a double team. Smeltzer pulls the trigger, baby. It's short, and it's rebounded by Espen Lonick. As Lonick, with 3:46 left to go in this third quarter, drives. Lonick's difficult shot, no good, and Jake Kincaid collects the rebound. Now with some tempo, Logan Hayes to Ranke. Ranke stopping, surveying, and now looking to attack. He tacks on Clark into a double team, into a triple team, and it's a travel for Jonathan Ranke. And now the Dogs go into that full court defense as we're tied 42-42. Pressure got a little bit to Jonathan Ranke with 3 white jerseys surrounding him like great white sharks. Oh, and that ball's in the open court. Here comes the other way, Clark to Lonick. He'll pull up for 3. Espen Lonick with a big 3. Dogs almost got a turnover, but because of that overextension, left Lonick open, and he made him pay. Smeltzer hands it off to Jonathan Ranke. Kincaid, wide open 3. He answers right back. I don't know what is in the water today, folks, but we are just going point for point from start to finish with 2:56 left to go in the game. Smeltzer steals the ball. Here comes Jared Smeltzer the other way. Bounce pass down low to Jonathan Ranke. Yes, beautiful feed from Smeltzer off of a fantastic steal. The best game I think Jared Smeltzer has played so far in his young career. And I love every second of it. And this is exactly what we've been looking for from Jared Smeltzer. Is Lonick open for 3 again? No good. And it's rebounded by Sam Euling. Papa Smeltzer somewhere smiling in the North Platte area, watching his son put on a show today, but also at how much of a show this has been for North Platte. Another one for Kincaid. He's hit 2. Misses that one as Fritzler collects the rebound, and up the court, Creighton Fritzler goes. He lost the ball, looking to go coast to coast into a sea of blue jerseys. Guerrera back to Fritzler. And now Alliance can reset with 23 on the shot clock. Zern pulls up from 16. Tough shot, that's no good. And it's rebounded by Logan Hayes. And we have a timeout called by head coach Jimmy Pack as Jonathan Rinke makes the three. But the first timeout for head coach Jimmy Pack in this third quarter, and it's probably just to give them a little bit of a rest because they had been going nonstop from start to finish in this second quarter.
Yeah, we've got only one combined foul in this third quarter, so there has not really been any sort of stoppage or break at all. And, you know, you don't want to keep ruining possessions later on in this quarter if your guys are gassed. So give them a little break here, catch their breath, get some water in them, and hopefully it produces better possessions.
1:55 left to go in this third quarter on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull scoreboard. North Platte leading 47-45. No team is not only slowing down, but no team is missing right now. And I think that's what's been so eye-opening is that when one team hits a big bucket, immediately answered back by the other team. When another team makes a mistake, answered right back with a good defensive stop. I mean, this is just high-level basketball from either side as Odell is checked into the ball game. Ranke with the ball, guarded by Graham. Back to Odell, guarded by Creighton Fritzler. Odell to Logan Hayes. Hayes crosses over, pulls up from 10. Yes, Logan Hayes crossed over Trevor Zern, and another bucket for North Platte. 49-45, and here comes the substitution for Alliance is looking to check in Alexon Salcido. Fritzler with 23 on the shot clock. Into the lane, Fritzler goes up for the layup. No, as Creighton Fritzler misses, and Jonathan Ranke collecting the rebound. And now up the court comes Logan Hayes in North Platte's offense. Hayes to Odell, almost stolen, and it is stolen away by Creighton Fritzler. Fritzler almost gets blocked from behind, but Fritzler with a stare down as well on Logan Hayes. And now up the court comes North Platte. Bounce pass down low to Jonathan Ranke. Ranke into a double team. Kicks it back out into the corner. Kincaid for three. It's off the mark. And it's going to be fought for and rebounded by Devin Graham. He had Caleb Odell wide open right behind him and didn't see it, of course, because he can't see with eyes behind his head. And now with 37 seconds, Alliance now driving. Alliance kicking to Guerrera. Guerrera! Oh, no good, and a foul called against Logan Hayes. And there's the first trip to the free throw line this quarter. Alliance will go two, and both teams will go two. First for Logan Hayes, and Guerrera at the line. Looking to increase his point total. He misses the first off the back iron as Reed O'Brien now checks in for Jake Kincaid. And as I said earlier, Lexton Salcido is checking in. 32 seconds left, so if North Platte collects the rebound, if Guerrera misses, they'll look to fire the last shot here in this third quarter. Guerrera, much better free throw, and it's a 1-point lead for North Platte. Wouldn't be shocked if they get something set up for Caleb Odell with time getting expired. Speak of the devil, wide open quickly and short. Fought for and almost rebounded by Sam Euling. I thought they were going to wait. I mean, we talked criticizing about Alliance, a quick shot with, 22 on the clock and no shot clock. And North Platte just did the same thing. And now Alliance will have the last shot of this quarter. Bounce pass to a cutting in Espinlonic, a jump ball. And it will stay with Alliance with 15.3 seconds, but North Platte, and I believe Sam Euling getting in on that jump ball. An inbound. Lonick to Fritzler. Fritzler with 15 seconds. Getting a screen from Guerrera. Fritzler into the lane. Kicks out. Salcedo now penetrates. Hop step. And Salcedo with an easy bucket. 50-49. 2 seconds. 1 second. And a shot. No good from Sam Euling as it's going to be too late. And that is how this third quarter comes to an end. The craziness still continues. 50-49 here in this third quarter as Alliance has the lead right now. Thanks to 13 points from Jaden Guerrera, leading the way for the Bulldogs. Crazy stuff this game has been.
Yeah, it's been back and forth this entire time, and you really can't ask for more than this. Going into the fourth quarter, one possession game, and that was a lot of fight shown by Alliance coming into this third quarter. Gave up that late 3 to end the half. They come out with a lot of energy and take the lead into the fourth here at home.
I mean, if you ain't a fan of basketball, this game will probably make you a fan of basketball, because this entire game has just been good fundamental basketball from start to finish. There's not a lot. I mean, the first quarter was a little foul-y, but outside of that, there hasn't been many foul calls in the rest of this game. Both teams playing great. Both teams putting together some good defensive runs, but even better shooting from either side, where we couldn't even complain about the defense being played. And it's honestly going to come down to, like I said earlier, who makes that one stop, because no team is slowing down pace-wise. And if one team gets that final shot off, I think that might be the deal breaker with how the way this game has gone so far in this second half. Timeout's brought to you in part by Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. Check out Kevin McGann and the Fortify Group. His location, 621 South Dewey, Sweet Pea, as well as Justin Thompson, agency with American Family Insurance. With the ever-changing industry standards, they pride themselves in top-notch customer service, no matter what type of insurance you're looking for. Logan Hayes picking his dribble up and fires to Reinke. Reinke thought about the corner to Odell, but hands it back off to Hayes. Hayes, two-man to Euling. Reinke again. Reed O'Brien. Oh, it's going to be bounced off the back there of Salcido, but now a deep three for Caleb Odell. And he answers back immediately out of that start of the fourth quarter with a big three. Odell has 9 points, all from the three-point line. And it's a 2-point lead for North Platte and a turnover for Alliance offensively. A 2-point lead, and now checking into the game comes Jake Kincaid, 52-50 with 7:21 left to go on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull scoreboard. To the far side, Logan Hayes now with it. Dishes to Kincaid. Now Odell. Back to Hayes. Behind the back. Hayes in some trouble. Hands the ball up. Another three for Odell. Takes a bounce, and it's in. Uh-oh, the microwave is heating up, ladies and gentlemen. Another three for Caleb Odell. He's got 12 in this game. And North Platte's lead is up to 5, 55-50. Lonick, swing pass to Fritzler. Fritzler gets a screen to Guerrera. And now Salcido. Back to Lonick. He'll pull up for three. Uh-oh, that's in and out. And a strong putback from Devin Graham. I mean, nobody was boxing out Devin Graham, and he easily puts it back. His 4th point today. Reinke backing down. Graham cuts over to Euling, and it's stolen away by Espen Lonick. Lonick has a court. Up he goes, and he's fouled from behind. He hits the bucket, and a bad foul by Sam Euling, and with that, Espen Lonick to the free throw line to tie the game up. North Platte got a 5-point lead, and it's instantly answered back by Alliance in the span of 30 seconds. And Lonick is now at the line to tie it up. And he ties it with that free throw, 55-55. 6:20 left to go. That's 15 points for Espen Lonick, the senior. Hayes crosses over, passes to Kincaid. Kincaid almost stolen away again by Lonick to Odell. Quick trigger for Caleb Odell. Oh, another bucket for Caleb Odell. It's cooking, it's heating up. He's got 15. Fritzler putting his head down, stolen away by Logan Hayes. Here comes North Platte. Hayes with it, bounce pass to Reinke. He's fouled. He can't get the bucket, but he is fouled by Lexton Salcido. Now Jonathan Reinke can put this game back up to 5 for North Platte after the foul from Salcido. That's his 3rd. So him and Reinke now in some foul trouble, quote unquote, with 3.
And I'm not quite sure. We see Devontae Taylor waiting at the scorer's table. I'm not sure if he's going to come get Salcido with the fouls or Creighton Fritzler, and he's getting Fritzler with all those turnovers he had.
So I was going to say Fritzler has been a little careless with the ball as he's having a conversation with Coach Mills. This entire second half, he's been trying to really put it to the Dogs by putting his head down, and it's been a little too costly. And again, he's been subbed out for Devontae Taylor, and oh boy, it's back up to 5 following the 2 free throws from Jonathan Reinke. And now Taylor with the basketball. Around the perimeter we go. With it, Salcido to Lonick. Lonick to Taylor now on the right wing. He dribbles with Caleb Odell in tow. Guerrero with it. Hands it off. Now, back out to Taylor. He drives on Odell. Kicking. Driving. Salcido in a double team. To a cutting Lonick. Floats one. No. And it's rebounded by Jake Kincaid. Good defense from North Platte and great ball movement from Alliance. They had an opportunity but couldn't make the shot. Hayes. Oh, into the corner to Sam Euling, who was cutting in. And that's a turnover for North Platte, answering back with their own mistake. With 5:21 left to go in this fourth quarter on our State Farm agent, Bobby Hull's scoreboard. As Devontae Taylor. Oh, there's Jonathan Reinke. Watch out below. Here comes Reinke, and he lays it in. Oh, I thought he was going to dunk it. But Jonathan Reinke went for the easy 2 points. That's a costly turnover for Devontae Taylor, because he took out Creighton Fritzler because of turnovers, and here comes Trevor Zern now.
And Fritzler already back to the scorer's table as well.
Crazy as Taylor picking his dribble up. Down low it goes, and it's stolen away again by North Platte. Another mistake for Devontae Taylor. And it's 62-55 with 4:47 left to go in the Dogs' slow pace. Hayes spinning around, Salcido. Oh, he lost control of the ball for a second, needing help. Passes to Odell. Now Reinke at the logo, and the Dogs are going to eat as much clock as they can with 16 seconds. Reinke now to the near side, guarded by Graham. Hands it off to Odell. He'll pull the trigger again, and it's short, and it's rebounded by Devin Graham, and he'll take it up himself, and a timeout called by head coach Jordan Mills. A well-needed timeout after what has been a rough last 2 minutes for this Alliance offense. They trail 62-55 on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. We'll step aside. We'll take a real quick break. When we come back, we'll have more fourth quarter action on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and live streaming on our Cedar Room live stream at NorthPlattePost.com.
Craving bold flavors and authentic Chinese cuisine? Look no further than Szechuan Famous Foods. From spicy Szechuan classics to mouth-watering dumplings, fresh sushi, their dishes are crafted with the freshest ingredients and traditional recipes. Whether you're dining in or taking out, every bite is a taste of China. Visit Szechuan Famous Foods today, where flavor is always first. Located at 320 Rodeo Road, or order online at SzechuanFamous.com for carryout or delivery. Your taste buds will thank you.
The Bulldogs play here on FM 98.1 and 1410 AM KOOQ. Merrick's Ranch House. Lunch specials Tuesday through Saturday with 2 sides, just $10. See them on Facebook. Dine in, order online, use DoorDash, or just call for carryout. Merrick's.
North Platte Post Sports.
Welcome back here to the Dog Pound, FM 98.1, AM 1410. Out of the Alliance timeout. Here comes Alliance and the Bulldogs, trailing 62-65. On our State Farm agent, Bobby Hull scoreboard. Reinke almost got another steal into the corner. That's Trevor Zern now stopping, guarded by Jarrett Smeltzer, who's checked in. A turnover, and the Dogs take over. That is now, 3 offensive possessions in a row that Alliance has turned the ball over. And North Platte cooking defensively. Kincaid now to Jonathan Reinke. Reinke jab stepping, and now will pass it to Jarrett Smeltzer. Euling here on the near side wing. To Euling. Kincaid back to Jarrett Smeltzer. 12 on the shot clock as North Platte's eating as much as they can. Reinke. Guarded by Graham. Reinke gets fouled. Trevor Zern was trying so hard to wait patiently and try and swat that ball away at the last second behind Jonathan Reinke, but it doesn't matter because that's fouls. That's going up against Langston's. Actually, that will go against Devin Graham, correction. That's number 2 for Graham. And to the free throw line, Jonathan Reinke, who's been a perfect 2 for 2 today. I hope I didn't jinx it, and I did not. 63-55 now with 3:37.
This has just been another huge game from Reinke. 17 points now.
Unbelievable as Lexton Salcido checks in for Trevor Zern. And immediately after Zern checks in, turns the ball over, and is immediately subbed out. That's now another Alliance Bulldog who has turned the ball over in the half court. And it's cost them as the Dogs now lead by 9 points, 64-55 with 3:36 left to go. It was a tie ball game not too long ago as Lonick in the right corner. Guarded one-on-one by the best Dog defender, Sam Euling. Graham hands it back off to Lonick. to the far side and straight away. Creighton Fritzler checked in. Salcido, guarded by Jared Smeltzer. Salcido going baseline, hop stepping, cross court. Fritzler open for three. No, and it's going to be fought for and rebounded by Jonathan Rinke. And here comes a full court press for Alliance, knowing how severe this is at the moment. As to the far side, Kincaid with the basketball. 2:55 and North Platte is trying to eat this clock away as much as they can. As Lonick straight on and pass to Ranke into a double team. Ranke, oh, beautiful bounce pass to Sam Ewing. Then to Kincaid, he should have shot it, but Kincaid fires short. Ranke collects the rebound. Ranke guarded by Guerrera. Oh, up and over. Jaden Guerrera, and the Dogs are just feeling themselves right now in North Platte. 20 points for Jonathan Ranke with 2:27 left to go, and it's now the second chance points for North Platte that is making Alliance feel the burn right now. An 11-point lead for North Platte. The kick now to Guerrera. He drives on Kincaid. Guerrera. No, and a foul will be called against Jake Kincaid. There was a little bit of a collision at around the top of the three-point line, but Guerrera backs Jake Kincaid all the way down on that baseline and will go to the free throw line. Third foul for Kincaid with 2:12 left to go, and Guerrera at the line and leading the team right now for Alliance. Can he kind of get back into this game and drag it back, but he'll miss the first free throw.
Yeah, and the free throw line has been Guerrera's Achilles heel this entire season.
I ain't going to be that guy, but today the entire Alliance Bulldogs do not like this. This line is cursed with how many free throws they've missed so far. He will at least go 1 for 1 and make it a 10-point game as Braden Clark checks in so Guerrera's going out with 2:12 left to go. And they're going small-ish now with Braden Clark in. And now we're going to a full court press as Smeltzer gets the ball in. Quick pass to Kincaid. Back to Jarrett Smeltzer. Smeltzer surveying to Ranke. Ranke now needs to cross half court in a double team. Ranke finds Jake Kincaid. Now Smeltzer in the corner to Logan Hayes. Back to Jarrett Smeltzer, and he'll call for a screen. Smeltzer hands the ball off to Jonathan Ranke with 1:50 left to go. 13 on the shot clock. Ranke taking Lonick all the way to the rack. Oh! Jonathan Ranke got the mismatch, and he took Lonick all the way to the hole. And an easy bucket for Jonathan Ranke as Lonick will pull a quick trigger three, and there's the man. He's been kind of silent in the second half, and a timeout called by head coach Jordan Mills. And there's been the one guy that has been a little quiet in the second half, and it's been Lonick. And they need him now with them trailing by 9 to find that magic spark and get back into this game.
Yeah, he's now matched his first half total in scoring with that three-pointer right there. But these last 90 seconds, I mean, it's going to be tough to fully make this comeback. Got to force some turnovers, and you really got to think about jacking up some threes.
I was going to say, you're really going to have to turn the three. You have to play with pace. And the problem is when the Lions tried to play with pace midway through this fourth quarter, they turned the ball over too many times. And for North Platte, they know that they, can just dribble the ball out and really dribble the air out of it, because so far Alliance has just been unable to force a North Platte turnover really drastically in the second half. That's been the key for North Platte. We talked about possessions and taking care of the ball, and really it's going to be that one stop. And so far North Platte's been the team making the stops, and Alliance has been the team making the mistakes. And here comes another full court press by Alliance. 1:30 left to go on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. 68-59 the lead for the Bulldogs of North Platte High School. Ranke's able to collect the ball. Passes it back now to Logan Hayes. Hayes one-on-one with Lonick. Up the court. Oh, boy, Logan Hayes lost the basketball off his foot. And, there, me and my big fat mouth, why don't I say, as Logan Hayes turns the ball over. Caleb Odell has checked into this game as well. Also checking in, Jackson Poss checks in too. As into the quarter they go to Poss. Guarded straight up by Caleb Odell. Now to Lonick with 1:17. He jacks up that three. It's no good. Strong rebound by Jonathan Ranke. He has plenty of space, and now they will foul him with 1:09 left to go. A little bit of a lack of awareness from Alliance. Instinctually just running back on defense, and Jonathan Ranke was able to eat a good crucial 3 to 4 seconds off the clock.
And the Lions still has to foul a couple more times before they can force free throws.
They're on 3 team fouls right now. They're going full court heave. That's going all the way to Reed O'Brien. O'Brien stopping, pivoting, kicking. Oh, and it's stolen away. Good defense
steal
by Braden Clark. I mean, as Sam Ewing was going all the way down, and Lonick the other way misses. And it's rebounded by Jonathan Ranke. Ranke in some trouble. All the way over, up the court. Kincaid, blocked by Clark. That's now 2 big stops by Braden Clark. I mean,
he tiptoed that baseline.
I was going to say,
well.
we've seen so many times today somebody step out of bounds, the ball in their hand, and Braden Clark was able to tiptoe. 68-59 with 51 seconds left to go in this fourth quarter. And a timeout going to be called. And Jarrett Smeltzer will now check back into this ball game. We talked about the cleanliness that North Platte has been playing with in this fourth quarter, and what do? 2 quick turnovers off of that timeout, and now they still have a 9-point lead with 51 seconds. I mean, it's not impossible. Tracy McGrady once did it, but
who's the Tracy McGrady on this?
I mean, Espen Lonick, it's pretty easy. It's Espen Lonick.
Yeah.
Just in the sheer quantity of his shots he normally takes, but a lot needs to go their way in the closing 50 seconds, and North Platte down the stretch has been getting key, crucial defensive rebounds that have allowed them to hold on to this lead even when their own shot isn't falling.
Yeah, and this is just going to be a tough spot. You have Jaden Guerrera off the floor because you need the perimeter shooting, but then we saw already with the impact not able to grab second chance rebounds because of the lack of size on the floor because of the increased shooting.
I know Alliance needs shooting, but would you still just have kept Guerrera in? Just the way he's been spacing the floor out specifically in this game so far. I mean, it's tough. It's tough, I agree. But let's see how it'll come to the end. Ball gets into Jonathan Ranke and a foul. That foul there by Devin Graham. That's foul number 4. That's the 3rd foul for Graham and another inbound for Logan Hayes with 49.2 seconds. So 1 more foul and North Platte gets into the bonus. And then we really will start seeing some more points on the board. They get that ball into Sam Ewing. Lonick now to Ranke and a big foul. There's Lonick. And with that, the worst, if you're an Alliance fan, the worst guy to go to the free throw line is now going to the line. You got to really keep your eyes on Jonathan Ranke. He's been perfect from the free throw line today, and the guy that's going to the line to, I wouldn't say ice the game, but really start to put it out of reach is the best free throw shooter tonight. Jonathan Ranke has 20 points, looking to add on to his total, 68-59. I'm pounding on the wood right now, knowing my luck. He makes the first. And what an evolution it's been for Jonathan Ranke. Didn't really see much time last year. Had a really good growth spurt over the offseason. Put in a lot of time with his practice. But also tennis. Head coach Jimmy Pack has talked about how tennis has been a huge reason why he's improved with his footwork. And that's another 2 for 2 from Jonathan Ranke. 70-59 with 42 seconds left to go. A heave. Wow. That's it for Braden Clark. Talk about a big heave that was. As Smeltzer now with the ball. He is fouled by Braden Clark. What a quick, we had last game. We had last game Reese Armstrong make that crazy 3 as time was winding down, and Alliance making the same thing now. Unfortunately, probably one of the most inconsistent free throw shooters on the team. Sorry, Jared Smeltzer. Is up to shoot. And unfortunately misses the first, just in and out. 34.2 seconds left to go on our State Farm agent Bobby Hull's scoreboard. Smeltzer. He'll make the second at least, which is huge. And checking in, Harper Whitney. You need somebody who's athletic to come in and defend. Harper Whitney checks in for the Dogs, leading by 9. As they roll the ball up the court now to Espen Lonick and Sam Ewing. Up the court, guarding Lanick. Oh, he lost the ball. It's on the floor. Lonick's able to collect it. Ooh, and a quick foul against Harper Whitney.
You don't mind that. You got fouls to give.
Yeah, you got 2 now left in total. you have one more to quote-unquote give before you get into the bonus. That's the first for Harper Whitney. 29 seconds left to go. Clock was wasted off of a really poor pickup from Espen Lonick. And now the inbounds, Fritzler. Bounce passes it. They get it to Clark. Lonick now with it. 26 seconds. Lonick driving into the paint. Lonick's shot is up. And it's in. Wow. And they're going to count it. There is some weird Houdini magic going on in this game, Jake. I don't know what is happening. That's 20 points for Lonick. And with 23.3 seconds, Jarrett Smeltzer checks back in. And Lonick's to the free throw line to cut the lead down to 6. If he makes it.
And I know there's only 23 seconds left, but
that's
these 23 seconds could feel long.
Don't even get me started. I've been feeling the long seconds for the past minute, as that's a bucket from Lonick. 71 to 65 as they get the ball into Jonathan Ranke, and back to the free throw line goes Ranke. So it's my favorite. That's the fourth foul though for. Is that Lonick's fourth foul? Yeah, I believe that's Espen Lonick's fourth foul, and that's going to be kind of crucial because Lonick, right now, the most consistent shooter that we've seen today, and if he fouls out in the next couple of seconds, that kind of ices the game essentially. Ranke has been perfect today, continues to be perfect. I mean, this guy is just ice cold today. 25 points after an impressive 28 points last game against South Sioux City. Another one. He's just perfect. 73-65. Lonick with speed. 19.4 seconds. They hand the ball off. Back to Lonick. Lonick with 14. Lonick steps back into the corner. Salcido for 3. Oh, it's short. Fought for. On the ground. Trying to fight for that ball. And a jump ball. And it goes the way of East Alliance. But 7.7 seconds left to go. And I can't believe it. North Platte High School is going to make it 2 in a row. As the inbounds now from Fritzler. Creighton Fritzler out to Lonick. Quick trigger 3. No, off the iron. Rebounded by Jake Kincaid. And you know what, Fo Woodward? Your predictions are wrong, baby. That is 2 wins for North Platte this season. Beating their preseason list at 1.5. And they pick up an impressive 73-65 victory over Alliance and the Bulldogs. And honestly, what a game it was. Both teams were just going bucket for bucket, shot for shot. And in the end, it was that 2-minute stretch for Alliance where they just could not stop turning the ball over. And they pick up the victory, 73-65. Over Alliance and the Bulldogs. Unbelievable stuff. And just like that, North Platte 2-1 on the season. Alliance 1-2. What a game.
Yeah, and this one's going to hurt for Alliance. You mentioned that couple-minute stretch in the fourth quarter, but it wasn't only the turnovers. It was what North Platte was able to do because of the turnovers, taking advantage of them. They didn't let them go to waste, and that's how they built that slight lead that they were able to balloon it to a eventual victory.
It's just kind of crazy how this game just fumbled apart for Alliance after what had been a great game for either side. I mean, really, for almost 3.5 quarters, we could have called this perfect basketball because either team was looking so good with their shots, with their ball movement. Defensively, they were making some good plays. They were there, at least putting a hand in the face. And then it was probably just the worst stretch Alliance had today, where it dipped for just 2 minutes of 3 straight bad turnovers, and that was how this game got iced. And it's absolutely crazy to think that when we talked about it was going to really just boil down to who made one better stop, and it really did honestly boil down to just that 3 possessions was the difference in this game and with how the score ended up.
Yeah, and the good thing for Alliance that I'm imagining they're talking about in the locker room right now is you want a chance to recover and respond. You've got one about 24 hours from now on the road at Hot Springs, a very favorable opponent, a team that has struggled over these past few years. And you can respond so quickly, get this game out of your head. It's a tough one to drop at home. But you can bring back, find another win, and come back here on Tuesday to battle again.
So you're going to hate me, and I'm going to be that guy. But other side of that coin, since how this game ended up, that could unfortunately be a trap game. It's not lengthy travel to Hot Springs, about 2.5 hours, you'd say. So not the end of the world to travel out there, but still, with the way this game went and how close you were, it could be a little bit of a gut punch. And a team like Hot Springs, well, yes, we both can agree, you guys are heavy favorites in. That could be just a little bit of a trap game that, unfortunately, if Alliance kind of lets this game get to their head a bit, that how it went down and how it transpired, man, that might be a little bit scary for the Bulldogs.
And once again, I think for Alliance, the biggest storyline tomorrow will be Jaden Guerrera, because he played a lot of minutes in the second half. I don't think he came off the floor until the last minute.
When the quarter ended, and then when he stepped off with about 2 minutes left to go, were the only times that he didn't see the action, and you could see clearly how that impacted the last half of this game. I mean, we talked about how the second chance rebounds that he was able to pick up and those points he's able to get off of them really was really a thorn in the side for North Platte, because Jonathan Ranke and Jake Kincaid had a really tough task of holding him down. But when they went to that pretty much all small ball, 3-ball lineup, it all just crumbled apart at the worst time.
And the question is he feeling good enough where he thinks he's fully back and he's good to go on just, day 2 of a back-to-back?
Yeah.
Or if he sleeps tonight, is he going to be waking up feeling a bit sore and maybe he won't be available?
And who knows? Maybe he did go out with that injury. Maybe he did. It's so tough to tell was that a switch to made to get more shooters out there, or was he just not at that moment feeling 100% and he felt still some pain in his back? But North Platte with a 73-65 victory over Alliance and the Bulldogs. We'll step aside and we'll take a break. When we come back, North Platte coach Jimmy Pack will be joining us for our La Casa del Rio's post-game interview and so much more on FM 98.1, AM 1410, and video live streaming on our Cedar Room live stream, NorthPlattePost.com.
Hands of Heartland has offered support and services for those with developmental disabilities in Nebraska since 1998 and is now bringing those services to the North Platte area. Residential services, respite services, community services, and even day services. Hands of Heartland offers a full array of services from 24-hour supports to just a few hours per week. Learn more today online at handsofheartland.com. That's handsofheartland.com. Hands of Heartland, providing creative opportunities to live and grow.
We're always open right around the corner. Quick Stop.
Save money at the pump at Quick Stop with the DinoPay app. DinoPay offers contactless payment using your preferred debit or credit card. The savings add up with 12 cents per gallon and even more on Tuesdays and Thursdays with rollbacks for savings of 15 cents per gallon. Huge savings to Sinclair DinoPay, saving you at the pump. Don't forget Frazzle Gourmet slushes and for real shakes and smoothies. Gourmet coffee at everyday low prices on your favorite beers.
Personalized care with one goal, to keep you moving and enjoying life. Dr. Anthony Martin is now seeing patients at Great Plains Health Orthopedics, fellowship trained in hand and upper extremity surgery. Dr. Martin treats carpal tunnel, tennis elbow, arthritis, and trauma fractures throughout the body and is fluent in Spanish. Schedule today at 308-568-3800.
Your health is our mission. Great Plains Health.
Ben is in a sticky situation.
I got so excited for my fresh-baked Runza cinnamon rolls that I forgot to grab a napkin.
Now you got cinnamon roll fingers, and they're so ooey.
And gooey. I can't grab a spoon to dig into my delicious homemade chili.
Maybe you should call for help?
Oh, I'll call my mom. Oh, I've ruined my phone.
Worth it, though. Come get Runza's homemade chili, fresh-baked cinnamon rolls, and a napkin today. Because from the way we make it to the way it makes you feel, Runza makes it all better.
Every step should feel great, but if foot pain, bunions, heel spurs, or injuries are slowing you down, Great Plains Foot and Ankle Specialist is here to help. Their expert team of doctors provide top-notch care, from routine foot health to advanced treatments and surgery. Whether you're an athlete, always on the go, or just tired of aching feet, they'll get you back on your feet pain-free. Step into comfort. Call Great Plains Foot and Ankle Specialist today, or see them online at gpfootandankle.com.
Many people don't realize that they are not saving enough for retirement. Hi, my name is Mindy Borges with Equitable Wealth Management, and we believe that all of our clients deserve a comfortable retirement. Here at Equitable, we develop strategies to help our clients pursue their retirement goals. Let me help you. Come by and see me at Equitable Bank, 920 South Jeffers, North Platte, or call me at 532-3648. Securities offered through LPL Financial.
Equitable Bank.
It's the Quick Stop post-game wrap-up. Quick Stop never closes, with 24 locations open 24 hours a day.
Welcome back here to Alliance and the Dog Pound, FM 98.1, AM 1410. I am joined by a very special man with a bright smile on his face. A smile I'll honestly say I have not seen in some time. Jimmy Pack joins me here. Coach, first off, we have to say to Mr. Fo Woodward, screw your projections, baby. We're at 2 wins right now, not at 1.5.
There we
and,
go.
baby, it was quite a game. 73-65 over a really good Alliance squad. And I mean everything, and when I mean everything, everything was firing on all cylinders tonight, whether it be offense, defense, transition defense. Really, this was probably the best game that your team, not just this season but last season, has put together.
It's coming together. You know, I'm going to say there's still a few little things I want to fix.
Of course,
but it's there. You know, they're starting to figure it out offensively, when to move, when to cut, when to screen, when to look inside at the big guys. You know, that's something we really were harping on this week. We finally, for once, I think in my head coaching career, had a size advantage, so
yeah.
we were going to take advantage of that. And then, you know, that just led when we went inside and we controlled the paint. Then that just opened up the outside defensively. They were scrambling. I mean, what more can you say about a guy like Sam Ewing, guarding 25 points, and I don't think he even subbed out of the game. He was on him the whole game. So
it is just crazy the multiple facets this team can win at. You know, we've had that South Sioux game where, Jonathan Rinke had a great performance, but it was pretty strugglesome from a lot of different guys, and you really needed that strong defensive presence from a guy like Sam Ewing to make sure that South Sioux City had no chance of coming back into this game. Same thing here. This Alliance squad is multifaceted in terms of where they're going to attack you from beyond the arc, inside the paint, from the free throw line. You name it, they're going to try to exploit any small advantage they can. And it honestly, from top to bottom, from the starters to the role guys that came in, they played their part so perfectly. You couldn't, again, as you said, you couldn't have asked for a better performance from anybody out there, barring a few nitpicky things that, of course, you'll like to talk about. But holistically, this was a performance that's kind of like an eye-opener of just like, okay, we got something after last season where it felt like it was a struggle to consistently string together 2 quarters, worth of play, to go now a full 4 where it was just a barn burner from start to finish, and you came away with the victory. It's got to be huge confidence-wise, but also for you as a coach to just be like, okay, finally all those things that I feel like I've been pounding my head against the wall are clicking.
You know, we just talked to him the other day, and we told him, there's a method to the madness. We don't come out here and just make up drills because they sound catchy. I told him I probably write the practice plan 4 or 5 times, print it off, think I'm done, and I look at something I don't like it, so I go and, I take this part out and take that part out. And practice the same way, that we're trying to piece this thing together of our guards and our bigs and our defenses and all that kind of stuff, and it's not going to happen overnight. But trust us, trust the process, trust that we want what's best for the team, and all of you want what's best for the team. And I truly believe that they've invested in it. And I ask them every day, what's your stock price? Is your stock price going up or is it going down? What's it going to do by the end of practice? What's it going to do by the end of the game? That's an investment. We've invested in you, invest in the program, and I truly believe that we have 19 guys plus some managers and some coaches that have bought into what we're trying to build here.
And I think that's the exciting thing, is seeing that hard work and practice translate, because we talked to Allen Iverson being like, it's all about practice, baby. It's practice, for real. All that good work that's being put into the practice for these last year and a half is finally showing the fruits of that labor. We're not just that last game, but really this game, as no offense to South Sioux City, Alliance is a little bit of a step up in terms of the overall quality of an opponent, and they were not missing either. I think that's the thing that is super exciting, is Alliance. You had some really good defensive moments, but Alliance was just making some difficult shots everywhere on the court, and you did not crack. We've seen many times last season where this Bulldogs team would have cracked underneath the weight of a team like that, just hitting shot after shot after shot. But you guys went to work from start to finish, and it wasn't really just Jonathan Rinke, who of course led the way in points, but everybody played an important piece, and everybody contributed in a great way to make this feel like a holistic team victory instead of just Jonathan Reinke mowing guys down left, right, and center.
For sure, and I asked their best player, his name escapes me, number 2, I asked him how many COVID years they give him. I feel like that guy's been playing for Alliance for 8 years or something, but, man, he can play. But, KO, Caleb Odell comes out, and he just lit a spark in the fourth quarter, hit some huge threes.
Had his best shooting percentage game of the season. At that point, it was more of an inevitability than would this cold streak of percentages go on. But he's that spark that you need. And then, of course, Logan Hayes had his best overall performance offensively. He's been really good defensively. Sam Ewing, what can we say about him? Having the whole game locked up on Espen Lalang is quite a challenge to go with. And Jake Kincaid as well. He had some foul troubles in the first game against Norfolk that really, inhibited his performance in terms of what he was able to do. But when he's able to freely play and not worry about it, that's a tough guy you got to go down low with. And, of course, there's so many other guys that we can even get to, but it's just so encouraging to see everybody play a role, play a part in this victory instead of just maybe one or two guys being the main choo-choo train.
Those 2 guys got in foul trouble early. Like you said, Logan came in. He's kind of been struggling a little bit with finishing. I thought he had some big-time finishes tonight. He's really honed in on that in practice, that you're going to get hit and you need to accept that, and you got to almost want to invite it. And I thought tonight he played through a lot of contact. Jarrett did a great job controlling the offense, getting us what we want to do. Reed came off the bench and gave us some great minutes, a lot more than I think we were planning on. Did a great job defensively, got some big boards, Harper came in and gave us a bucket, put him at the end. That was a team, like you said, that was a team victory, and that's what I keep telling these guys. We're going to win as a team, we're going to lose as a team. And like I said about the investment part, and we might have a guy here and there like Johnny that has a huge game like that, but we're more often than not going to be like we were tonight, where this guy's doing that guy's doing that, and that's why it's a beautiful game, because it takes everybody. It takes even the guys on the bench that didn't get a play. They're hooting and hollering and slapping at me on the back, and then the guy, I don't know who that was. They're running on Monday for hitting me the way they did. But so it took everybody. Girls are behind us supporting us. We had great fans drive all the way out here to the Panhandle to support us. So we have a beautiful community. We have a wonderful community, and they've produced some wonderful kids, and I think it's starting to show in this wonderful team.
It's just we cannot emphasize how much the team aspect of this is so important in everything we're saying, because when a guy like Reed O'Brien checks in, quickly into a game when Rankin's got 2 fouls, that's a lot of pressure. That's a lot of pressure for a guy who hadn't seen much time previously at the varsity level. And when he came in, didn't even notice the drop-off. It's almost like he's been a 4-year starter himself. And same thing even last game, we saw a couple of the guys. You go a little deeper in the bench. It just feels like everybody knows what not only the role is, but it feels like this team is not as young as the roster says. And I think that's a huge accomplishment, because last season we had lots of conversations where it's like, oh boy, this is a really, really young team. And now it's sitting here going like, it doesn't feel like a young team anymore. Boy, they sure have grown up so fast, and they're going to need to continue to grow up fast, because we got another tough one tomorrow. Grand Island on the road at Grand Island, and really the adversity in this game is not just that it's Grand Island, but you're going to be home late. It's going to be a long drive back home from here in Alliance, and you got to be up early, and you got to go right quickly to Grand Island to face the Islanders, who are always a tough task. Even if they've lost some of those namestays, they're still a super tough team.
Some of those guys, we have about half our teams getting up and taking the ACT at 8 o'clock in the morning.
Jeff Smeltzer told me about that, and I was like, you guys are crazy for that.
But, what else would Bulldogs do? I told them the other day, when you get a challenge thrown in front of your face, I'm not creative. I don't come up with this stuff. A Navy SEAL talking about when they tell them to start running with the boat on their head, throw it back in their face and start throwing that boat up in the air instead. Toss the boat, fellas, toss that boat. So that's what we said today when we came out here. We only have to do it once. So I challenge these guys a lot. Our coaching staff challenges these guys a lot in practice. So I don't know what else we would even know what to do if we got to sleep in our own bed and, get a little breakfast. And that'd probably throw us off our game. If we didn't have something to overcome, we wouldn't know what to do with ourselves. So bring it on. Let's go. We'll have another tough one. It's no excuses is our motto. So they're going to get 34s on their test, and we're going to go play another good ball game.
I love to hear that. Now, before I let you go, let's kind of go through some of the things you wish to see cleaned up just a twinge for tomorrow's game, if you had to really pick and choose what you thought needed better work.
Just a little bit of decision-making sometimes. We talked about, we can't back down with our big guys from 18 feet out and think that you're not going to get doubled or tripled. We even talked about that in practice. If you got 2-3 guys coming down on you, and those big guys are going to, you got guys that are going to kick it out to you. Guards, let's do a good job of looking inside. But obviously it's always that turnover thing, and I think you could even see the nerves, kind of like we saw against Norfolk. early on, and then we kind of gapped it out to 9. But it's just taking care of the ball, making those open shots, making better decisions. I always tell them, you need to be a basketball player. I want you guys to play without me telling you. It's because you're taking what we worked in practice and you're just implementing it into the game is all you're doing. That the game is the easy part. So we'll get there.
Coach, thank you as always
Thank
for
you.
stopping on by.
Appreciate you.
Good luck tomorrow. We'll see you, of course, here in the near future as North Platte High School with a dominant victory here over Alliance and what was probably the craziest 2 games I've seen here as North Platte comes up with the victory here, 73-65. And I'll do it for me and Jake. I now have to, just like the team, make a nice, wonderful travel back home to North Platte High School. Thank you guys for tuning in. 2-0 for North Platte on the girls and the boys. The girls defeat Alliance 39-37. Wow, 37-34, excuse me. And then the boys won in this one 73-65. See you guys next week for some more basketball coverage on FM 98.1, AM 1410, your Christmas station. Let's get back to the Christmas music and let's have a holly jolly drive home. Drive safe, everybody. See you next week.